Chapter 766. On the ancient battle platform, Dongbua Shuiying and Supremacy Liang faced each other from a distance. Dongbua Shuiying extended his right hand, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, boom, with Dongbua Shuiying as the epicenter, a blood-colored wave surged outwards. That rumbling, blood-colored wave instantly pounced towards Supremacy Liang. Because this was a domain-type technique, the entire battle platform was affected in all directions. Supremacy Liang could not even dodge, and was instantly drowned. Massacre Domain. Currently, Dongbua Shuiying's Tao of Massacre and Tao of Ripple had reached their limits. He was only one step away from eternal perfection. Of course, that step was like a heavenly moat. With the increase in his cultivation realm, coupled with his self-created absolute art wind ripple path, Dongbua Shuiying had accumulated even more. His massacre domain had also been perfected, and its power had become even more terrifying. Within the blood-colored wave, Supremacy Liang's expression changed slightly. He could feel waves of hidden ripples continuously seeping into his body, shaking every part of his body, as though they were about to shatter his body. Layers of ripples were like a spider web that constantly wrapped around and restricted him. What a terrifying domain! It can actually injure my body, and the longer I stay in this domain, the more my injuries will worsen and the more restrictions I will have to face. Supremacy Liang immediately treated Dongbua Shuiying as the most terrifying supremacy he had ever faced. I have to end this battle quickly. I cannot drag this out. For example, the Red Devil God Emperor still had a move that could suppress the Massacre Domain. But firstly, the Massacre Domain had become even stronger. Secondly, Supremacy Liang was indeed not proficient in domain-type techniques. However, he had his own way of fighting. Supremacy Liang suddenly roared angrily. Boom! The aura on the surface of his body suddenly exploded, and even his clothes inflated. A layer of skin that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on his originally glossy skin. As his skin expanded, the power within surged, and a layer of skin appeared on the surface. Even his eyes had a transparent layer, and the aura on his body had exploded. Whoosh! In an instant, he pulled out the blade on his back and leapt towards Dongbua Shuiying. In the blink of an eye, his ferocious blade was already in front of Dongbua Shuiying. Clang! Dongbua Shuiying was originally standing there, but the spear in his hands was like a python, instantly shooting upwards to block the saber. The surging energy in his body was completely infused into this spear. Supremacy Liang only felt as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. A vast and mighty power was transmitted through the spear. Furthermore, this power was accompanied by a strange wave after wave, causing him to feel so uncomfortable that the blood in his body started to boil. He could not help but be sent flying backwards as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His strength is actually stronger than mine. Supremacy Liang could not believe it. In terms of strength, he was stronger than ordinary rulers. He was actually at a disadvantage this time, vomiting blood. Paragon Liang might have been sent flying by Shuiying's spear, but the braids of his silver hair abruptly expanded, frantically wrapping around Shuiying. Although Dongbua Shuiying's spear was powerful, it was surrounded by a total of 93 slender braids. Furthermore, all of them were strangely twisting and moving at an extremely fast speed. He was unable to defend in time as these silver braids rapidly wrapped around his body. Each braid wrapped around him, completely binding Dongbua Shuiying. This is going to be troublesome. The spectating rulers were also holding their breaths. This was because the battle between both parties was too fast and too intense. It was obvious that the victor would be decided within a short period of time. Boom! At the instant he was bound by the silver braids, Dongbua Shuiying exerted strength in both his arms. Chi. All the silver braids tightened and trembled. However, they managed to resist against Dongbua Shuiying's strength. Supremacy Liang, who was sent flying, stopped. His braids had already expanded to a length of over 50 kilometers, covering the sky and completely binding Dongbua Shuang. He looked at Dongbua Shuang in shock and said, "Such strong strength. I was almost unable to bind him. He actually couldn't break free?" Dongbua Shuang was also very shocked. His cultivation speed in the Primogenita Devil Mountain was still very fast. 6 million years was equivalent to 30 million years of cultivation in the past. He had already pushed his walker's hidden secret to the 8th level. He was already very shocked that his spear had only caused his opponent to vomit blood. But now his hair was actually binding him. He couldn't even break free with his strength. Break! A layer of black light suddenly appeared on the surface of Dongbua Shuang's body. This layer of black light circulated on the surface of his body. Every strand of light was as sharp as a blade, able to cut and destroy everything. This was the most destructive technique of the Voidwalkers, the termination energy. As the termination energy covered his body, Dongbua Shuang looked like a demonic god that had walked out from the darkness. His entire body, including his black hair, was circulating with the terrifying termination energy. He exerted strength once again. Boom! The many silver braids that bound him tightened once again. But this time the incomparably sharp termination energy on the surface of Shuang's body caused the silver braids to break apart with a pung 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 sound. This caused the expression of Supremacy Liang, who was originally prepared to take advantage of the situation to change. A large number of broken braids rapidly flew back. He stared at Dongbua Shuang. In the past, he was known for his domineering style of battle. Who would have thought that he would be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash today? Although it sounded slow, in reality, Dongbua Shuang had only trembled twice. The second time, he had used the termination energy to break apart these silver braids. Kill! Supremacy Liang roared angrily as he wielded his saber and attacked again. This time, in close combat, his silver braids floated to his left and right, all of them restless. Who? A saber light flashed as it slashed towards Dongbua Shuang. At the same time, the silver braids also launched a sneak attack. Facing so many braids and a saber at the same time, Dongbua Shuang's expression changed. Wind ripple path. Double wave slash. Dongbua Shuang immediately executed the absolute art that he had created after so many years, wind ripple path. This was an absolute art that was used for battle. Hua! The surface of Dongbua Shuang's body suddenly shot out many black Terminus soldiers. The Terminus soldiers could envelop weapons and other external objects to be used in battle. It could also be used directly in battle. On the surface of the many black Terminus soldiers, there were two strange, blood-colored ripples revolving around them. They were like yin and yang fish. When the two ripples came into contact with each other, a terrifying destructive force would be produced. Pu piu piu. A large number of black Terminus soldiers shot out simultaneously, causing Supremacy Liang to be unprepared. He could only grit his teeth and trust in his body as he used his body to withstand the attacks. Die. His silver braids continued to pounce towards Dongbua Shuang. Even if he was injured, he wanted to finish off Dongbua Shuang in one blow. However, the many black Terminus soldiers were like fish as they tunneled into Supremacy Liang's body. Yes, the Terminus soldiers that contain the profound mystery of wind ripple path, double ripple slash, were extremely terrifying. Supremacy Liang's body was not any weaker than Dongbua Shuang when he first entered the Primogenitor Devil Mountain. However, he still could not withstand it and was directly pierced through. The Terminus soldiers began to destroy his body. The densely packed bloody holes on his body caused Supremacy Liang's expression to change drastically. Even his attacking movements were affected. After all, his injuries were too severe. Moreover, large amounts of Terminus soldiers were still destroying his body. Fortunately, his body was strong. If it was a weaker ruler, his body would have been smashed into pieces. Who? Dongbua Shuiying's spear had also arrived. All the strength in his body was channeled into the spear. The terminus soldiers circulated within the spear. Two blood-colored ripples continuously intersected at the tip of the spear. They continuously flowed forward and pounced towards Supremacy Liang. Currently, Supremacy Liang's body was so heavily injured that his movements were deformed. The saber in his hand did not have the confidence to block this attack. A large number of silver braids rapidly wrapped around the spear. Chi. Although the silver braids were wrapped around the spear, it still forcefully pierced into Supremacy Liang's body. With a violent jolt, a huge hole appeared in his chest. One could even see large amounts of terminus soldiers circulating within his body. They had not been completely depleted. The ripples of the massacre domain continued to permeate his body. This caused Supremacy Liang's injuries to worsen. I admit defeat. Supremacy Liang opened his mouth. His mouth was filled with fresh blood. The surroundings turned silent. The massacre domain immediately dissipated. Dongbua Shuiying, who was about to attack once again, stopped and retracted his spear. Some of the remaining terminus soldiers also flew back rapidly. Supremacy Liang looked at Dongbua Shuiying. Without the destruction of the terminus soldiers, the wounds on his body were gradually recovering. His originally long braids were also rapidly shortening and returning to normal. He looked at Dongbua Shuiying and nodded. I admit my defeat. I actually lost in a direct battle. You are stronger than me. You are also very strong, Dongbua Shuiying said. His opponent was indeed very strong. If not for the 6 million years of cultivation in the primogenitor Devil Mountain and the creation of the Wind Ripple Path, he would not have been able to forcefully break through those silver braids. He would have had to hide in the Mirage World. At that time, he would have to make use of the Mirage World and the Void Evasion to launch a sneak attack. Given the strength of his opponent's body and the large amount of braids, it was hard to say if he could win if he launched a sneak attack. It was just that, with the 6 million years of cultivation, he had improved in all aspects. Even if he did not use the Mirage World or the Void Evasion, he would be able to suppress his opponent and win directly. Impressive. Congratulations, Supremacy Dongbua, for becoming the strongest supremacy of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. Haha, Supremacy Dongbua and Supremacy Liang's battle is really valiant. The spectating rulers also started to comment. Such a ferocious battle was something that most new rulers would not be able to handle. Dongbua Shuiying and Supremacy Liang admired each other very much. This was because both of them had their own fortuitous encounters. Dongbua Shuiying knew that if he did not have the Void Walker inheritance, he would not have had any hope of winning. Supremacy Liang also sighed. I had many fortuitous encounters and cultivated in the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain for a long time. Yet I still lost. Dongbua Shuiying bade farewell to some rulers. Under the guidance of a new puppet servant, the puppet lady who was originally Supremacy Liang's servant, he headed towards the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. Inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. Master, there are a total of 9 cave abodes in the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. They are located at the 9 hubs of the entire primogenitor Devil Mountain. The puppet lady walked through the black fog and entered the depths of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. There are 8 rulers and 1 supremacy in each of the 9 cave abodes. Previously, there were a few rulers who went to watch the battle. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. Look, the puppet lady pointed into the distance. In the distance, there was a place surrounded by colorful flowing lights. In midair, there was a luxurious cave abode that was at least 50 kilometers wide. That was a cultivation cave abode and also one of the 9 hubs of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. That is Master's cave abode, the place where you will cultivate in the future. The puppet lady said. Dongbua Shuiying walked over. His gaze swept across, and he saw that in other directions there were also colorful lights and floating cave abodes. He understood that these were the cave abodes of the other inner layer. Who? He directly flew up and headed towards the cave abode. The entrance of the cave abode was wide open. When Dongbua Shui flew closer, he could hear a melodious voice ringing in his ears, ringing in his soul. Wuji La. An illusory voice rang in his soul. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes gradually turned blank. He closed his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. He had fallen into a deep sleep. It wasn't just this body of his. On a desolate planet in the Devil Mountain cosmos, the red-robed Dongbua Shuiying, who was cultivating in his cave abode, fell onto the grass and fell into a deep sleep. In the cultivator cosmos, Xia people's world, within the Crimson Rock Mountain world, Dongbua Shuiying, who was originally chatting with his wife Jingqiu, suddenly closed his eyes and revealed a smile. Then he collapsed onto the ground. Snow Eagle. Jingqiu was startled as her expression changed. Snow Eagle, what happened to you? Wake up, wake up. Primogenitor, Devil Mountain. Dongbua Shuiying, who had fallen into a deep sleep, still had a smile on his face. His body was still subconsciously flying towards the entrance of the cave abode. Ha ha ha! This paragon Dongbua has also started his dream cultivation. In the other 8 cave abodes in the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain, a few rulers were watching from afar. They also saw the scene of Dongbua Shuiying falling into a deep sleep. This is a huge opportunity that can only be found in the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. Dream cultivation is something that one cannot even beg for. Once one starts cultivating in a dream, one cannot stop it. He can only wake up after the cultivation ends. I wonder how long he will cultivate for this time. This paragon Dongbua looks very young from the aura of his soul. His level of comprehension is obviously very high. Moreover, this is his first time cultivating in a dream. He must have cultivated for a very long time. In my opinion, he will need at least 500 million years. 500 million years? In my opinion, he will need at least 1 billion years. In any case, the longer he cultivates, the greater the rewards. These rulers in the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain had all experienced dream cultivation many times. They were rather familiar with it. Previously, when Paragon Liang was unable to accept the challenge, he had gone into seclusion to cultivate in his dream. Chapter 767. Jingqiu felt dazed. In her heart, Dongbua Shuiying, whose strength was unfathomable and was one of the 3 ancestors, had actually fallen to the ground in the material world. The laws of the material world were extremely protective of those living within. Even experts like Bloodblade and the Temporal Island Lord could only kill stage 3 world deities by relying on the karma of the oath. How strong was Dongbua Shuiying? He should be absolutely safe in the material world. Snow Eagle, wake up, wake up. Jingqiu tried to use a strand of world deity energy to enter Dongbua Shuiying's body to investigate. Chi. The moment she touched Dongbua Shuiying's skin, she suffered an invisible rejection. Even in a deep slumber, the natural might of his fleshly body was not something Jingqiu's energy could penetrate. Mother, what's wrong? What's wrong with father? The crimson dust island of Crimson Rock Mountain was only so big. Dongbo Yu's avatar, who was cultivating on a mountain peak, could see his father and mother lying on the ground in the distance. He was also in a daze and immediately teleported over. Jingqiu, however, did not care about her son. She looked anxiously at her husband. South. She carried Dongbua Shuiying and immediately rushed to the nearest house, placing her husband on the bed. At this time, the artifact Spirit Crimson Rock, Dongbua Qingyao, and Dongbua Jade were all panicking outside the house. What's wrong with Master? The artifact Spirit Crimson Rock did not dare believe it. At Master's realm, and in the material world at that, how could he fall into a deep slumber. No matter how we shout at him, he won't wake up? This shouldn't be. He should be absolutely safe. Dongbu Qingyao was filled with anxiety as well. Dongbu Jade was also nervous and worried. It was precisely because he should be absolutely safe that he was still in a deep slumber that the situation was becoming more and more serious. Clearly, what had caused Dongbu Shuaying to fall had already surpassed the level of Bloodblade and the Abyss Primogenitor. Within the house, Jing Qiu looked at her husband, who was sleeping soundly in front of the bed. She grew increasingly anxious. "Your Majesty, Bloodblade," Yu Jing Qiu immediately shouted. This time, she didn't isolate her karmic connection. Outside the room, Dongbu Jade, Dongbu Qingyao, and Crimson Rock were all nervous. They understood that this was a request for the Bloodblade to act. "Oh, Yu Jing Qiu? What is it?" Bloodblade was currently very busy. One avatar was executing the Void Twin Extreme Array to force the Ancestor Mother religion to appear. The other two avatars were researching the myriad catalog that Dongbu Shuaying brought back from the Devil Mountain cosmos. Feeling his understanding of the myriad existences improving, Bloodblade was naturally in a good mood. If an ordinary cultivator dared to call God Emperor by his name, it would be an affront to God Emperor. However, Yu Jing Qiu was Dongbu Shuaying's wife, and Bloodblade's tone was not bad. "The Snow Eagle has fallen into a deep slumber and cannot be awakened. I beseech your Majesty the God Emperor to act and save the Snow Eagle," Jing Qiu said. "What? I'm coming over right now." Bloodblade was startled too. Very soon, an avatar directly descended into the material realm, arriving at the Crimson Rock mountain world. The treasure spirit Crimson Rock did not obstruct him. The descending avatar of Bloodblade was wearing a loose white robe. Because it was merely an incarnation, his strength was suppressed by the material realm, and he was naturally weak. Nevertheless, his horizons and realm were still present. "Your Majesty," Jing Qiu, Dongbu Yu, Dongbu Qingyao, and the treasure spirit Crimson Rock respectfully welcomed him. "Amen." Bloodblade glanced at his disciple's wife and children. He then turned his gaze to the white-robed young man lying on the bed. He could not help but reveal a strand of anxiety. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the bed. "What's going on?" Bloodblade looked at his disciple. He then extended his hand and tapped on the forehead of Dongbu Shuaying. An unseen energy began seeping in. Although he was suppressed by the material realm, his techniques were still profound and powerful, just like how Qihua Laozu had helped Dongbu Shuaying save Jing Qiu. Qi, his fleshly body, which had reached the 8th stage of the Walker's hidden secret, possessed a terrifying might. It instantly extinguished the probing of Bloodblade. Bloodblade frowned. He then tried other techniques. He tried many different techniques. In the end, Bloodblade's eyes shot out beams of light that enveloped Dongbu Shuaying. Only then did the beams of light enter the body. This disciple of mine, what a powerful, fleshly body. Amongst sovereigns, I'm afraid that not even half of them have bodies comparable to this disciple of mine. I didn't even know that his body was this powerful. Bloodblade was inwardly shocked. He then carefully examined Dongbu Shuaying's soul. Within his sea of consciousness, Dongbu Shuaying's true deity heart was also in a deep slumber. Bloodblade, then, tried to awaken it. However, the moment he touched Dongbu Shuaying's true deity heart, a formless ripple spread out and affected Bloodblade's consciousness. Wang. Bloodblade felt his true deity heart tremble. Regardless of whether it was his doppelganger that was controlling the void twin extreme arrays or his other two bodies, all of them lost their consciousness for a moment. Bloodblade's doppelganger instantly dissipated. What's going on? Bloodblade's doppelganger descended once more. He looked at Dongbu Shuaying in shock. What did Snow Eagle do to him? Just a little shockwave caused me to lose my consciousness for a moment? If I continued to be enveloped by that shockwave, I would probably fall into a deep slumber. Bloodblade was very clear that the shockwave he received was already so terrifying. If Dongbua Shuang was truly affected by it, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Your Majesty? Jingqiu, Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and Crimson Rock were all watching nervously. Very troublesome. Bloodblade frowned. His expression was filled with killing intent. Let's see if the others can do anything. Soon, Bloodblade summoned the others who could possibly save Dongbua Shuang. They were the Purgatory Ruler, the Primal Master, and Pang Yi. Pang Yi had created a new cultivation technique. He was unique, and his attainments in the soul aspect were extremely profound. The Primal Master was the most ancient ruler. His methods were second only to God Emperor, and the Purgatory Ruler was similarly proficient in the soul aspect. The Purgatory Great Commander, under him, displayed the Purgatory reincarnation which was imparted to him by the ruler. Bloodblade, Pang Yi, Primal Master, and Purgatory Ruler. The four of them should be the strongest in the soul aspect. What happened to Dongbua Shuang? Primal Master entered the house and looked at the sleeping Dongbua Shuang with shock. He could fall into a deep slumber even in the material realm. What trouble did he encounter? Pang Yi was startled too. Purgatory Ruler asked, "Is it the Devil Mountain Cosmos?" Bloodblade nodded anxiously. Snow Eagle went to the Devil Mountain Cosmos and even to the primogenitor Devil Mountain, bringing back the myriad catalog for me. That primogenitor Devil Mountain has an extraordinary origin. It was left behind by the terrifying existence who created the Devil Mountain Cosmos. Now that Snow Eagle has fallen into a deep slumber, it is either the three void gods acting or the primogenitor devil god himself, who is in danger. I should not have let him take the risk. Bloodblade felt slightly guilty. He had obtained a huge benefit by obtaining the myriad catalog, yet his disciple had fallen into a deep slumber. Let us take a look. Pang Yi and the other two went over to check. The moment they did so, they were startled by how strong Dongbua Shuang's fleshy body was. But they were ultimately rulers of the laws and profound mystery system, and specialized in the soul aspect. All of them could check on Dongbua Shuang's soul. But every single one of them had just checked on Dongbua Shuang's soul when they were affected by an unseen ripple. Their true bodies and avatars had lost their consciousness for a moment, and their incarnations had dissipated. After condensing their incarnations once again, they were unwilling to give up and tried a few more times. In the end, they could only admit that they could not awaken Dongbua Shuang. This has far surpassed our realm. It isn't something we can awaken. Purgatory Ruler calmly said, "We can only rely on Dongbua Shuang's luck. We can't even withstand the remnant ripple. How can we save him?" Pang Yi shook his head. "Let's see his luck," Primal Master said. Bloodblade fell silent. He looked at his disciple lying on the bed, then sighed. There was no way to wake him up. It was hard to tell whether he would live or die. In a state of deep sleep, one's life would be at the mercy of others. "Jingqiu, Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, leave the Snow Eagle's body here. Don't bring it out of the material plane. If you need anything, you can come find me." After saying that, Bloodblade's body vanished. The other three rulers shook their heads slightly, then left as well. Jingqiu, Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and the others, who had been harboring some hope, now felt despair. Even the rulers could not save him. What could they do? Mother. Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and the others looked at Jingqiu. Jingqiu was somewhat hesitant as well, but she still said, "Let's wait. Perhaps your father will awaken soon." Amen. The siblings waited as well. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Jingqiu and the others continued to wait. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Dongbua Shuang continued to sleep. Chapter 768. Xia People's World, Crimson Rock Mountain World, Crimson Dust Island. Jingqiu was sitting on a chair beside the bed, flipping through a book. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at the white-clothed youth lying on the bed beside her. 82,000 years. After sleeping for so long, Jingqiu was already used to it. She only believed in one thing. Snow Eagle will not die in a short period of time. It is very likely that his life is not in danger. He will definitely wake up. However, she knew that this was just her wishful thinking. After all, it was impossible to guess what her husband had experienced in the distant Devil Mountain cosmos, the Primogenita Devil Mountain. Sister-in-law, a red-skinned man with red hair, walked in from outside the house. It was Paragon Huicheng. This was one of his incarnations. He and Dongbua Shui-ing were sworn brothers, and he was also Dongbua Qingyao's master. During this period of time, his incarnation had been staying on Red Dust Island. Jingqiu immediately stood up. Big brother, Huicheng. Sit down. I just want to see my brother. Paragon Huicheng walked to the side and sat down as well. He looked at the sleeping Dongbua Shui-ing. Such a peerless character. In this universe epoch, there were only 2 stages for world deities who could open their Dao. Dongbua Shui-ing's degree of demon-like talent far surpassed Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. His future was boundless, but now he was sleeping here. Brother Dongbo, I've heard that those who enter other universes usually have some gains and are very careful. I've never heard of anyone suffering such a huge setback. Paragon Huicheng shook his head. He took the flask of wine by the side and poured it into his mouth. After drinking a mouthful, he muttered, "You should hurry up and wake up. We don't know when the war with the ancestor mother religion will erupt. Unless you plan to sleep through the entire war, if you really did that, then the war would have ended by the time you woke up. I'm afraid that even the venerables of our cultivator cosmos would admire you. In the past, when we were fighting with the paragons from the ancestor mother religion, even if we did not participate in the final battle, isn't it a little too disrespectful for us to sleep away the war?" Paragon Huicheng continued nagging. When he was imprisoned in the Destruction Grotto Heaven for a long time, he had the habit of talking to himself. Jingqiu sat at the side and listened quietly. Suddenly, both of their expressions changed. Paragon Huicheng also stopped halfway through his sentence. "The war has begun." Jingqiu was surprised. "It has begun," Paragon Huicheng said solemnly. They were all notified to move to the Lake Heart Island ruins. Pang Yi was the leader of the army of destruction on the island in the center of the lake. He could bring everyone to the island directly. There was no need to fly slowly through the huge water ball surrounding the island. Jingqiu, Dongbuyu, Dongbua Qingyao, and the others were all notified the entire deity world and abyss were rapidly relocating. With Pang Yi's help, the Lake Heart Island historical remnant was extremely safe, and the temporary Eden treasure for everyone to stay in would be provided by the bloodshed god Emperor. They were migrating in large numbers. The important ones would be moved first, and the rest would be moved gradually. The war between the rulers and the ancestor mother religion had also erupted. The accumulated strength of the 2 cosmos clans began to be displayed at this moment. They had no way out. Ever since the war broke out, he had always visited Dongbua Shui-ing's blood blade, but he didn't have the time to do so anymore. The God world and the Dark Abyss had long since been at war with each other. The material realm was still safe. The Crimson Dust Island in the Crimson Rock Mountain world was still peaceful. No matter how intense the war outside was, it would not affect this place. The war is too crazy. I've heard that there is a star field that has nearly half turned into nothingness. AI, there are countless beings in the deity world and abyss, but how many can be moved into the Lake Heart Island historical remnant? Dongbua Qingyao and Dongbua you were chatting and sighing. They were sighing over the deaths of so many beings. The beings in the material realm were still safe, but the deity world and abyss had suffered a calamity. Both sides were risking their lives. The rulers did not care about their lives, and Bloodblade had died more than once. He deliberately set up a trap and even used his own death to ambush the ancestor mother religion. The ancestor mother religion was not to be trifled with. Their cosmos had finally collapsed. Clearly, they had experienced too many epochs, leaving behind many treasures. At this moment, they did not hold back at all. What? Bloody ruler Nile is actually a traitor? Oh God, this. Being the children of Dongbua Shueing, Dongbua Qingyao, and Dongbua, you were more well informed. They understood some information about the war, but when they heard that bloody ruler Nile was a traitor, they were still startled. News came one after another. Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and Jingqiu frequently received news, but their most important relative, Dongbua Shuang, was still sleeping on his bed. Devil Mountain Cosmos, inner layer of primogenitor Devil Mountain. In one of the 9 floating cavern dwellings, the cavern dwelling door was closed. The black-robed Dongbua Shuang was lying on a stone bed. His body was surrounded by many colorful lights. Not far away from him, the puppet girl was sitting cross-legged. She was silently guarding him. So tired. I've been cultivating and battling all this time. When will it end? I'm too tired. I've already become a ruler. Why haven't I reached the end? Why do I still have to cultivate? Why do I still have to fight? I can't hold on any longer. I'm too tired. A consciousness that had been asleep for too long was really tired. It was extremely tired. It rejected the world of dreams. The intense rejection caused his consciousness to gradually leave this world. It was as though he had crawled out from the darkest depths. His consciousness gradually awakened, and his originally obscured memories began to surface in his soul. The black-robed Dongbua Shueing, who was sleeping on the stone bed, gradually opened his eyes. His eyes were a little dazed, just like when he was young. He would lose his memories for a period of time after waking up, and even forget who he was. However, the memories of his dreams and the memories of reality began to fuse. As they fused, he gradually woke up. I am Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang had really woken up. He remembered. He had defeated Supremacy Liang and reached the inner layer of the Primogenita Devil Mountain. Originally, he was flying towards his own cavern dwelling. Suddenly, he heard a beautiful sound, and then he fell asleep. He had entered the world of dreams. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. It has been 650 million years since Master first cultivated in dreams. You are ranked first amongst the paragons in this universe epoch. Including the rulers, Master is ranked third. The puppet girl stood up, her face filled with pride and excitement. Within a hidden grotto heaven treasure world on a desolate planet in the Devil Mountain cosmos, the red-robed Dongbua Shueing was sleeping soundly on the grass. Under the care of the equipment spirit, not a single speck of dust could be seen on his body. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Xia People's World, Crimson Rock Mountain World, Crimson Dust Island. Within the house, Jingqiu sat alone on a chair, flipping through a book. Occasionally, she would glance at Dongbua Shuang beside her. The surroundings were quiet. As a stage 4 world deity who could fight against powerful existences, Jingqiu was extremely sensitive to her surroundings. She was holding on to a book when she suddenly felt something. She turned her head in disbelief, only to see the eyelashes of the white-robed Dongbua Shueing trembling. Snow Eagle. Jingqiu immediately placed down the book. She looked at Dongbua Shueing nervously and excitedly. The white-robed Dongbua Shueing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of confusion in his gaze. Snow Eagle, Snow Eagle. Jingqiu's eyes were filled with tears as she shouted out. The eyes of the white-robed Dongbua Shueing gradually became clear. Seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, he extended his hand and gently wiped them away. Jingqiu, I've slept for too long this time. I've made you worry. It's nothing. Jing Qiu was crying and laughing at the same time. Oh, right, the war with the ancestor mother religion hasn't started, right? The white-robed Dongbua Shui Ying asked. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Next chapter, ruler, asterisk asterisk. Chapter 769. The white-robed Dongbua Shui Ying was in a daze as he listened to the narration of his wife. His wife was only a stage 4 world deity. Due to her unique identity, she was able to understand some of the information regarding the war. She only knew that the war started 82,000 years after he fell asleep, and it had been 100,000 years since then. The 100,000 years of war was still ongoing. Bloody ruler, Nile had died after his identity was revealed. Currently, the cultivator cosmos held a huge advantage, but they were temporarily unable to exterminate the ancestor mother religion. When I woke up, the war had already been going on for 100,000 years. Dongbua Shui Ying extended his senses. Bloody ruler Nile's true body and avatar have indeed been exterminated. Fortunately, the other rulers are still alive. Teacher, Dongbua Shui Ying transmitted a karmic transmission. Snow Eagle? Bloodblade was startled and delighted when he received the transmission. Before the war, he had come to visit his disciple several times. After the war, even though he was worried about his disciple, he had spent most of his energy dealing with the ancestor mother religion. Are you all right? Bloodblade asked. I'm fine. My slumber did not harm me at all. Instead, it helped me a lot. Dongbua Shui Ying said, How is the war now? I might have to delay for a day or two before joining the war. It is slightly troublesome, but we hold the absolute advantage. It is not easy to exterminate them. The foundation of the ancestor mother religion is deeper than ours. It would be good if you could join the war, but 100,000 years have passed. There is no need to rush for a day or two. You should settle your own matters first. Bloodblade instructed. All right. Dongbua Shui Ying felt relieved. He did indeed need some time to prepare. Within the inner layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain, the floating, cavern-dwelling door opened. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ying flew out with that puppet girl following behind him. A dream of 650 million years. Dongbua Shui Ying muttered. He landed on the mountain path. Dream cultivation? It has helped me a lot, but to me, it has been too long. How long have I been cultivating? Since I was born. Dongbua Shui Ying sighed. The days of dream cultivation were terrifying. He lived alone on a void land. He had forgotten who he was, and his memories were completely obscured. On that piece of land in the void, he was the only one. He had a residence, a library, and all the books in the library were things that he had read before. For example, the cultivation techniques of the laws and profound mysteries system, the luminous sun, extreme annihilation, mysterious body, and many other absolute arts. There were even records of the walker's hidden secret. There were also books that he had read on the primogenitor Devil Mountain. As long as he remembered it, everything would appear in the void continent. He had no memories, and he was forced to cultivate and fight when he came to the void continent as his enemy. Cultivation, battle, never stopping. Because he had no memories, he was like a blank piece of paper, unaffected by the previous events. In the face of death, he continued to cultivate and improve himself. Even though he had lost his memories, he instinctively felt that he liked the system of laws and profound mysteries the most. Using the system as his foundation, he was still able to open up the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, Tao of Ripple, because these were the easiest for him. As for the other systems, they were obviously much more taxing. He had also cultivated Walker's hidden secret. He cultivated along the way. Although he cultivated in the dream world, he would still walk a similar path due to the influence of the real world. However, comprehending the laws and profound mysteries, comprehending the combat techniques would never be the same. After cultivating in the dream world for 650 million years, I actually managed to cultivate the walker's hidden secret to the 11th level and become a ruler. Dongbua Shui exclaimed. The walker's hidden secret had a total of 60 levels. Every 10 levels represented a major realm. Hence, even though it might be difficult to cultivate from the first level to the 10th level, it was still possible to succeed if one were to slowly cultivate and accumulate experience. However, to break through the bottleneck and enter the 11th level from the 10th level was simply too difficult. It was just like how one's comprehension of laws and profound mysteries was advancing from the limits of the Paragon realm to the ruler realm. Even though it was just a single step, it was like crossing a heavenly moat. It could be said that the difficulty of breaking through from the 10th level to the 11th level was much higher than cultivating from the first level to the 10th level. After all, the latter was merely progressing deeper into the same realm. As for the former, it was a major realm leap. Ruler. Moreover, I'm a ruler of the Voidwalker lineage. Dongbua Shui sighed. Even though he had reached that realm in the dream world, his body was still the same as before he fell asleep in the real world. There were no changes to his soul either. After all, that was the dream world. My laws and profound mysteries system has also improved. I've even created the 3rd volume of the Wind Ripple Path. However, the Tao of Void, Tao of Slaughter, and Tao of Ripples seem to be slightly different from what I've comprehended in the real world. Dongbua Shuiying's heart stirred. Large amounts of laws and profound mysteries started clashing against each other. His expression changed as he stopped thinking. Because of his dream world cultivation, even though these 3 Taos were only bottlenecks in reality, he had some insights on how to reach eternal perfection. Moreover, he had comprehended these 3 Taos in the real world. There were still some differences between them. As long as he clashed with them, fused them together and comprehended them slightly, he might very well step into the ruler realm. There's no hurry to break through. I'll return to my hometown first. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Primogenitor Devil Mountain's inner layer. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the floating caves far away. I just arrived at the Primogenitor Devil Mountain's inner layer. I have to leave now. There was no way he could stay here, because the moment he started cultivating, the Primogenitor Devil Mountain would sense that he had stepped into the ruler realm and would expel him. After all, he was no longer a paragon and could no longer stay in this cave. Want to enter the Primogenitor Devil Mountain again. According to the rules of the rulers, only the top 39 rulers could enter the outer layer. Only the 9 strongest rulers could enter the inner layer. Only the number 1 ruler could enter the core. Shuiying was self-aware. If he were to cultivate the walker's hidden secret to the 19th or 20th level, he would be able to perfect the laws and profound mysteries system eternally. He might be able to become one of the top few rulers, or even the number 1 ruler. As for now, he would be lucky if he could even enter the outer layer of the Primogenitor Devil Mountain. After all, there were over 300 rulers in the Devil Mountain cosmos and the other cosmoses he had conquered. Only 10% of the rulers could enter the top 39. Out of these 39, the weakest was definitely a peak ruler. I've already made a breakthrough. Dongbua Shuiying turned to look at the puppet lady beside him. I'm about to step into the ruler realm, so I can't stay here any longer. The puppet lady was stunned. Step into the ruler realm? Paragon Liang had cultivated here for so long and still hadn't managed to do so. Yet this new master of his was about to break through to the ruler realm in his first dream cultivation. Leave this cave to the other paragons. Dongbua Shuiying smiled and turned to leave. On that day, the news spread throughout the Primogenitor Devil Mountain. Soon, the Devil Mountain cosmos and the surrounding cosmoses also spread. The strongest paragon, Dongbua Shuiying, who suddenly rose up and entered the inner layer of the Primogenitor Devil Mountain, had broken through to the ruler realm and left the Primogenitor Devil Mountain after cultivating for 600 million years. In the starry sky, Dongbua Shuiying and Third Highness Jiao Yinlu met. I haven't even entered the Primogenitor Devil Mountain, and you're already out? Third Highness Jiao Yin Lu asked. I'm about to step into the ruler realm. Dongbua Shui Ying chuckled. My hometown is currently in a war, and I have to return. Before I leave, I have a matter that I have to trouble your highness with. You and I are friends. If you have anything to say, just say it, Jiao Yunlu said. Dongbua Shuiying said, the moment I become a ruler, I'll no longer be able to come here through the Cosmos Passage. By then, some of my loved ones and disciples might come here to cultivate. I'll need your help then. They might just be world deities and are too weak. Without the help of an expert, I'm afraid I'll meet with many troubles in the Devil Mountain Cosmos. Rest assured, it's just a small matter. Get your people to send a message to me the moment they arrive. I'll definitely arrange things properly. His Highness Jiao Yunlu said. What identity did he have? He was a ruler and the child of a void god. It was absolutely easy for him to arrange things. You won't be coming in the future? His Highness Jiao Yunlu asked. Dongbua Shuiying chuckled. In the future, we'll meet again in the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. All right, 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. His Highness Jiao Yunlu said. We'll meet again then. After bidding farewell to His Highness Jiao Yunlu, Dongbua Shuiying immediately began his journey back. The Cosmos Passage was located at the exit of the Devil Mountain Cosmos. Dongbua Shuiying had even deliberately set up a mirage array to conceal it. Go! The black robe Dongbua Shuiying and red robe Dongbua Shuiying both looked at this Devil Mountain Cosmos. The help the Devil Mountain Cosmos could give him would end here. Even though the attraction of the primogenitor Devil Mountain was huge, the dream cultivation within the inner layer would only help him the most the first time. As for the more mysterious core layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain, he had to become the #1 ruler before he could enter. Shuiying did not know how long he would have to cultivate there. As long as he spent a day or two fusing and breaking through, he should be able to stand at the forefront amongst the rulers in his hometown. After all, he was a void walker who had broken through to the ruler realm. He was far from what ordinary rulers could compare with. Before I break through, I have to make a trip to the starting ground. Dongbua Shuiying thought. The black robe Dongbua Shuiying and red robe Dongbua Shuiying flew side by side into the Cosmos Passage, returning to the Cultivator Cosmos. The new chapter, the Ruler chapter, began. Today was the last chapter, ***. Chapter 770. Crimson Rock Mountain World, Crimson Dust Island. After chatting with his wife and children for a while, the white-robed Dongbua Shuiying went into closed-door cultivation. So the black-robed Dongbua Shuiying and red-robed Dongbua Shuiying descended into the material plane, arriving at Crimson Dust Island to meet up with the main body. In truth, there was no difference between one's main body and one's clone. Both of them shared the same soul and physical body. It was just that he was able to maintain his clone for now. In the future, he would have to fuse his main body and clone together to achieve perfection. The three figures met. White-robed Dongbua Shuiying turned his hand and took out the starting ground talisman and handed it to black-robed Dongbua Shuiying. "Let's go," Zhang Xian said as he took the token. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of the black-robed Dongbua Shuiying changed. He had arrived at the starting ground which he had been to before, the feeling of a mortal. The black-clothed Dongbua Shuiying revealed a smile. His vision, hearing, and all other aspects were greatly reduced, making him look like a mortal. My current strength is comparable to a hegemon's, but under the laws of the starting ground, I'm still like a mortal. Dongbua Shuiying sighed. He understood that if the starting ground created by old ancestor Tianyu could do this, then if the true body of old ancestor Tianyu were to descend, a single thought from him would be enough to turn him into a mortal. All the strength he had cultivated would be stripped away. Of course, The sword master of the Lake Heart Island had once entered the starting ground without being invited and wasn't suppressed by the laws of the starting ground. This was the difference in strength. Clearly, Fong Lin was still too weak and was too far away from Forefather Tianyu. According to his master, Void Walker Guqi, the sword master of Lake Heart Island was only a step away from Forefather Tianyu. Currently, in the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World, Forefather Tianyu and the sword master of Lake Heart Island were two terrifying existences that were overseeing their own forces. A gentle breeze blew. The grass was soft, and there were some flower beds in the distance. Dongbua Shui Ing strolled along the familiar path. Dongbua Shuiing, you're here so soon? The white-haired old man walked over from a stone house in the distance. Oh, you are now at the opening realm. Are you prepared to take the test of the opening realm? Yes. Dongbua Shuiing nodded. This was left behind by the creator of the universe, a gift for their descendants. However, it was clear that it was not an easy task to obtain Forefather Tianyu's gift. Previously, you experienced the test of the World Deity Realm, which was also the lowest level test. Higher than the World Deity Realm is the World Realm, and higher than that is the Opening Realm. The highest is the Sovereign Realm. The white-haired old man laughed as he walked. This time, it's 2 great realms higher than the previous one. The difficulty will far surpass the previous one. In this universe epoch, there hasn't been anyone who passed the opening realm test. Are you sufficiently prepared? That's enough. Dongbua Shuiing nodded. What a joke. Before the dream cultivation, he could have become the strongest paragon in the primogenitor Devil Mountain, even though he did not cultivate immediately after returning. His body was still at the 8th level of the Walker's hidden secret. However, his understanding towards the Tao of Slaughter, Tao of Ripples, and Tao of Mirage was much stronger than before. His combat power was much higher too. It would be a joke if he couldn't pass the test with such strength. Look, the white-haired old man turned and pointed afar. Dongbua Shuiing looked towards the direction he was pointing at. It was the center of this void land. There were 3 grass houses there. Grass houses, the white-haired old man said. 3 grass houses. One of them is the treasury, and the other 2 are for those who pass the test of the opening realm and those who pass the test of the ruler realm, respectively. I hope that you can enter. Master also hopes that some of you little fellas can enter. Amen. Dongbua Shuiing nodded. Definitely. It seems like you are quite confident, but you must not be careless. The white-haired old man said as he walked forward. Follow me. It was the same as the previous time. After walking for an hour, they arrived 20 miles away. There were 5 huge trees there. The trunks of these trees required a few people to hold hands to hug them. The white-haired old man walked towards the tree in the center of the 5 trees. Come in. The moment his body touched the tree, he directly passed through it and disappeared. Dongbua Shuiing also walked over, touched the tree, and directly passed through it. After passing through space, a boundless frost land appeared in front of them. Everywhere was covered in ice. Dongbua Shuiing stood in midair and looked in all directions. The frost land stretched all the way to the end of this space. The white-haired old man stood by the side. Who is my opponent this time? Dongbua Shuiing was filled with confidence. Opponent? The white-haired old man laughed. He pointed in all directions. This world is your opponent. This world? Dongbua Shuiing was stunned. What you need to do is to survive in this world. The white-haired old man said, either you die or you fail, or you survive. Be careful. It has already begun. Dongbua Shuiing carefully sensed this frost world. The temperature of this frost world was dropping rapidly. Just this temperature alone was enough to freeze some of the weaker paragons to death. However, the temperature was still dropping. Sparkling and translucent ice crystals started to condense in midair. An ice crystal condensed in midair. The tip of the ice crystal was extremely sharp. Xiao! An ice crystal arced through the void, tearing through the sky with terrifying might. Dongbo Shui-ing watched on calmly. He casually tapped the void with his right hand, causing a ripple to appear in the void. The ripple instantly resonated with the void far away, causing ripples to appear. When the ripples clashed against the ice crystal instantly shattered. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up when he saw this, lifting something heavy as though it's light. His control over the laws of profound mysteries is actually so powerful. He is much more powerful than that kid who is proficient in space-time. Back then, the Temporal Island Lord had entered this place. Unfortunately, he failed the opening realm test and died. However, this test has only just begun. The white-haired old man muttered, "Don't blame Master. Within the cosmos, there is the protection of the cosmos origin. You guys are living a relatively safe life. After you leave the cosmos, all sorts of dangers will come. Without sufficient survivability, you won't be able to grow. You will die early. Survivability is something a super expert must have." As the ice crystal shattered, the temperature continued dropping rapidly. One could see more ice crystals condensing rapidly in midair. The moment they condensed, they would shoot towards Dongbo Shui. Some of the ice crystals even passed through the white-haired old man's body. However, the white-haired old man seemed to be illusory. He wasn't injured at all, nor was he obstructed by the ice crystals. Dongbo Shui-ing stood in midair. He casually tapped out with his finger. It was as though the strings of a zither were being plucked. Waves of spatial ripples spread out in all directions. Due to the vibrations of the void, these ripples were able to instantly appear far away. In all directions, waves of ripples shot out, shattering those ice crystals. The temperature continued to drop. Dongbo Shui-ing frowned. However, as a void walker, his body was strong enough to ignore the cold. However, the drop in temperature caused the number of ice crystals to increase exponentially. The number increased by 10 times. Very quickly, it covered the entire sky. There were hundreds of millions of ice crystals. Although he flicked his finger, causing ripples to spread in all directions, under the impact of the large number of ice crystals, the ripples were quickly depleted. It's impossible to take it head-on. It's a test of your survivability. This is only the first wave. The white-haired old man shook his head and laughed. It's impossible to take it head-on. Dongbo Shui-ing no longer hesitated. I'll have to rely on my domain to deal with it. Boom! With Dongbo Shui-ing as the center, a towering blood wave surged out in all directions. It was like a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood spread out rapidly, engulfing all the ice crystals. Chapter 771. The blood wave surged and engulfed the world of ice. Some of the ice crystals did not shatter when they were submerged, but after enduring for a moment, they were destroyed. This was because the damage sustained within the slaughter domain would constantly increase. Moreover, through the dream cultivation, where one was constantly cultivating and battling within the dream, the slaughter domain had become even more perfect after experiencing countless battles. Dongbo Shui-ing stood in the center. The surrounding blood sea surged in all directions, and the ice crystals could no longer pose a threat to him. He actually withstood the first wave of attacks. The white-haired old man was slightly shocked. The domain he executed is based on the laws of the starting ground. All the profound mysteries he used are still within the scope of the opening realm, but its power has actually reached such a level. Monarch Green, a paragon, had fused different Daos together and was able to fight against rulers. Dongbo Shui-ing had also comprehended 3 Daos, of which the Tao of Slaughter and Tao of Ripple were perfectly fused. Chi, 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 the temperature was still dropping. Amidst the surging blood waves, black liquid actually condensed. Droplets of black liquid appeared within the slaughter domain, but they did not disintegrate in a short period of time. Instead, they stubbornly persisted. As the temperature dropped, the amount of black liquid continued to increase. The second wave of survival has begun. The white-haired old man watched from afar. This time, it will be even more dangerous than the previous one. Amen. Dongbua Shue Ing frowned. Currently, the condensed drops of black liquid could actually last for nearly a breath's time within the slaughter domain. However, because more and more black liquid was constantly being produced, as time passed, the amount of black liquid within the vast slaughter domain continued to increase. They did not attack and were clearly still accumulating power. This caused even Dongbua Shue Ing to feel a faint sense of threat. Interesting. Come, let's see how powerful you can be. Dongbua Shue Ing was actually looking forward to it. At the most, he could just hide within the Mirage World and rely on the Mirage World and Void techniques to evade. Even if the Remnant might attack him, it would be easy for his body to withstand it. However, Dongbua Shue Ing was very confident in himself, and he knew that he would not be forced to hide and preserve his life. Countless black liquid suddenly moved. It pierced through the blood waves of the slaughter domain and surged towards Dongbua Shue Ing. Second wind ripple path, domain. The formless energy around Dongbua Shue Ing's body trembled violently, and countless ripples immediately merged with the massacre domain, spreading out in all directions. When they came into contact with the black water droplets, pum, 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 pum! Every single black water droplet exploded, and almost all the black water droplets were destroyed in an instant. This was the second chapter of Dongbua Shue Ing's self-created ultimate technique, Wind Ripple Path, which was a combination of the slaughter domain. The slaughter domain was the combination of the slaughter Dao and the wave Dao. The Wind Ripple Path was the same. During the days when he was cultivating in his dream, Dongbua Shue Ing combined the two together, greatly increasing the power of the massacre domain. This was also the only chapter in the Wind Ripple Path that was created purely for the massacre domain. The white-haired old man stared with his eyes wide open. The black liquid seemed to have exploded in an instant. This caused him to feel disbelief. Ever since Master created this universe, this is the 8th universe epoch. In this epoch, no one had passed the opening realm test. Although there were some who passed in the previous 7 epochs, none of them were as tyrannical as this. That's right, the test itself was tyrannical. There were countless attacks that covered the entire sky, and logically speaking, one should hide and protect their life. However, Dongbua Shue Ing was able to crush all the attacks head-on. The third wave, which is also the last wave, the white-haired old man looked at Dongbua Shue Ing with anticipation. As the temperature dropped, the vast land of the icy world actually melted. Dongbua Shue Ing personally saw the land of ice dissolving into countless black liquids. The black liquids rapidly converged and formed a huge ferocious beast. The black ferocious beast looked like a black flood dragon, just that its front claws were exceptionally huge and savage. Good fella. Dongbua Shue Ing raised his head and looked at the black ferocious beast that was formed from the entire icy world. The black ferocious beast stared at Dongbua Shue Ing and let out a world-shaking roar, following which it pounced over. Humph! Dongbua Shue Ing snorted coldly. The formless ripples emitted from his body abruptly trembled, and the slaughter domain also spread out in all directions, slamming into the body of the incoming black ferocious beast. The surface of the black ferocious beast's body was disintegrated into streams of black liquid, but its incomparably huge body was still in perfect condition. Third wind ripple path, extinguish. Dongbua Shue Ing abruptly slashed out with his right hand. His right arm expanded, covering the sky as his palm slashed down like a huge axe. At the same time, the huge black ferocious beast swung its front claws at Dongbua Shue Ing's palm. Pum! The palm slashed down. The black ferocious beast's body abruptly trembled, and then it shattered into countless black liquids, following which the temperature of the world rose rapidly and the black liquids dissipated, turning into countless cold air currents. Dongbua Shue Ing retracted his slaughter domain, and he stood there with a frown on his face. Fourth wind ripple path should be pure. A large number of thoughts collided in Dongbua Shuiying's mind. Ever since he woke up, he didn't dare to cultivate, as he was afraid of accidentally breaking through to the sovereign realm. If that happened, he wouldn't be qualified to participate in the creation realm's test. And now, because he was using wind ripple path in battle, he could fully display the profound laws of wind ripple path. He couldn't help but start to collide with the large amount of insights he had gained from his dream cultivation. Naturally, he had some ideas about the fourth chapter of Wind Ripple Path. Dongbua Shuiying, congratulations, you've passed the test. The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment before he congratulated Dongbua Shuiying. If I break through to the sovereign realm now, will I be able to obtain the old ancestor's gift? Dongbua Shuiying asked. Ha ha ha, you've already passed the test. Breaking through to the sovereign realm now shouldn't be a problem. The white-haired old man exclaimed in surprise. Why, are you going to break through? That's right. Your usage of the laws has already reached such a level. Breaking through is only a matter of time. Even though Shuiying was conversing with the white-haired old man, his mind could not help but have large amounts of thoughts collide with each other. The large amount of comprehension he had in the past and the comprehension he gained from the dream cultivation were constantly colliding and fusing together. Let's go out. The white-haired old man urged. Let's go. Dongbua Shuiying smiled faintly. The other two bodies were also immersed in the collision of insights. The white-haired old man brought Dongbua Shuiying out of the world of ice. He clicked his tongue and sighed. The old ancestor left behind this test to test your ability to survive. You actually managed to defeat all the tests. Impressive, impressive. You are much stronger than that little fellow who specializes in time and space. Specializes in time and space? Temporal Island Lord? Dongbua Shuiying couldn't help but ask. And let's not talk about him. The white-haired old man pointed to the 3 grass huts in the distance. His eyes were shining. Your great opportunity is here. Hurry up and go. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. He was also looking forward to what old ancestor Tianyu had left behind for these juniors. As Shuiying got closer and closer to the grass hut, the surrounding world began to distort. Due to his previous experience, Shuiying continued walking calmly, passing through the layers of distorted world. Finally, he passed through the layers of protection and arrived in front of the grass hut on the leftmost side. Go in. The white-haired old man smiled. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. 3 grass huts. The one on the left was for those in the opening realm. The one in the middle was for those in the ruler realm. The one on the right was the treasury. Creak. Dongbua Shuiying gently pushed open the wooden door of the grass hut. The wooden door looked ordinary, but the interior of the grass hut was filled with darkness. It was like a whirlpool, making it hard to see clearly. He stepped inside and passed through the layer of dark vortex. Who? The scene in front of him changed. This was an ordinary hut. Inside there was a table and a praying mat. On the table there was a set of purple robes and a purple token. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared on the praying mat. It was a slightly hunchbacked old man. He smiled at Dongbua Shuiying. Junior, speaking of which, your universe was created by me. All the lives in the universe are also created by me. Since you are able to pass the opening realm test and come here, you are a purple-robed disciple of my Great Void Heaven Temple. Oh, the Great Void Heaven Temple is a sect that I founded in the 7-star oceanic sacred world under the invitation of the Devil Mountain, Primogenitor, and Alcade Master. Chapter 772. Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Jade Light Master? Dongbua Shui Ying immediately thought of the primogenitor, Devil Mountain. Third Highness Zhao Yin Lu had once told him that their primogenitor and another existence had created the 7-star oceanic sacred world. And now, Forefather Tian Yu said that he was invited by Devil Mountain primogenitor and Jade Light Master to create a sect in the 7-star oceanic sacred world. It seems like the ones who created the 7-star oceanic sacred world are Devil Mountain primogenitor and Jade Light Master. It sounds like our Cosmos Forefather Tianyu and Devil Mountain primogenitor have a good relationship. Dongbua Shuiying thought, if their relationship was bad, he wouldn't have mentioned them in the images he left for his disciples. Forefather Tianyu was a little hunchbacked, but his eyes were gentle and his ears were big. He smiled and continued, my great void heaven temple is one of the top powers in the 7-star oceanic sacred world. In the future, if you were to leave the cosmos and meet with danger on your way to the 7-star oceanic sacred world, you can report your identity in desperate situations. After all, anyone with a bit of information network would know that my great void heaven temple is extremely protective. Anyone who dares to bully my great void heaven temple is courting death. Of course, my great void heaven temple also has enemies. Therefore, you can only report your identity in desperate situations. Perhaps you might be able to survive. Dongbua Shuiying listened obediently. He could tell that Forefather Tian, you seemed like a good person. However, the image he left for his disciples said, anyone who dares to bully my great void heaven temple is courting death. Clearly, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Dongbua Shuiying really liked having such an forefather. He created the cultivator cosmos and was indeed the forefather of all living beings in the cosmos. As a purple-robed disciple of the great void heaven temple, you will have robes and tokens. At the same time, you can choose 3 primal chaos grade fundamental absolute arts. Forefather Tian Yu said, these are all fundamental absolute arts. I hope that you, the younger generations, can make use of these absolute arts. To create your own absolute arts, what you create is the most suitable for you. As for weapons and other external objects, you will have to rely on yourself. The path of cultivation ultimately has to be walked by yourself. Forefather Tian Yu smiled as his projection dissipated. Dongbua Shuiying understood that this was just an image. For example, the Void Walker Gu Qi had left behind an incarnation in order to pass on his legacy. However, the laws and profound mysteries system was different. It mainly depended on one's comprehension, opening a path, and advancing along that path. Robe. Dongbua Shuiying first picked up the purple robe. With a wave of his soul, he easily refined it. After refining it, he discovered that the purple robe naturally recognized him as its master. Other than him, the owner, no one else could use it. Clearly, the identity of a purple-robed disciple of the great void heaven temple was not something that could be easily faked. What a tough robe! Dongbua Shuiying was speechless. After refining it, his clothes immediately changed into a purple robe. This robe, I can't hurt it even if I use all my strength. Termination energy appeared on Dongbua Shuiying's fingertips as he tried to damage the edges of the robe. However, he couldn't hurt it at all. Dongbua Shuiying then picked up the purple token and sensed it. Boom! A large amount of information surged into his mind. There was a lot of common knowledge about the Great Void Heaven Temple. There was even information that the robe was personally refined by Forefather Tianyu and was indestructible. There were also records of Chaos Class Absolute Arts. Chaos Class Absolute Arts were ranked second in the Great Void Heaven Temple. For example, the Devil Ancestor's Myriad Devil True Body was far from being a Chaos Class Absolute Art. This showed how heaven-defying it was to choose 3 Chaos Class Basic Absolute Arts. Although there were first-rank Absolute Arts, in reality, with Dongbua Shuiying's current realm, There was no difference between first-rank and second-rank absolute arts. He was too weak. The Great Void Heaven Temple has a total of 109 Chaos-class basic absolute arts. Dongbua Shueing was slightly startled. The token contained the most basic introduction of these 109 absolute arts. What was a basic absolute art? The foundation was an absolute art that specialized in a single Tao. An absolute art would only specialize in a single Tao. For instance, the wind ripple path created by Dongbua Shueing was a fusion of two Taos, making it more complex. And the rules of the Great Void Heaven Temple, no matter Violet Robe disciples or the core Golden Robe disciples. There were fewer Golden Robe disciples than Void gods who passed the trials at the Sovereign Realm. Regardless of Violet Robed or Golden Robe disciples, they would only be taught fundamental absolute arts. Focusing on one Tao in fundamental absolute arts would make it purer. It was more suitable for reference. If one were to directly impart absolute arts that fused multiple Taos, it would instead affect the cultivation direction of the later generations, and might even destroy their future. The path of cultivation could not be interfered with, especially in the laws and profound mysteries system which required the later generations to walk on. By imparting the best fundamental absolute arts to them, how far they could walk would depend on their talent. Just 3? Dongbua Shueing felt that it was too little. He could not help but mutter inwardly. He had already comprehended 3 Taos. Forget it. I can't go against the rules set by Forefather Tianyu. Dongbua Shueing thought. He knew that Forefather Tianyu did not wish for the later generations to split their energy on too many absolute arts. That was why he limited the selection to 3 absolute arts. But to him, it was indeed a little lacking. 3 Taos, 1 Tao for each Tao, would mean 3 absolute arts. And the most important absolute art for cultivating the true deity heart was a must. That would make it 4. I have to give up on one. Amen. Dongbua Shueing thought quickly. He soon made his decision. Slaughter techniques are the most commonly seen. I've read through many books in the primogenitor Devil Mountain. I'll give up on the slaughter techniques. Dongbua Shueing thought. The remaining 3 are the primal chaos ranked absolute arts, Shadowless Heaven's Gathering, less than 3,000 incarnations, and Godlight Scripture. Shadowless Heaven's Gathering was a domain-type absolute art of the Tao of Ripple. Less than 3,000 incarnations was an absolute art for the Tao of Mirage. Godlight Scripture specialized in cultivating the soul. Outside the straw hut, the white-haired old man was waiting. A purple-robe Dongbua Shueing walked out of the straw hut. The white-haired old man revealed a smile. Congratulations on becoming a purple-robed disciple of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Senior, please bring me the original copies of the 3 absolute arts, Shadowless Heaven's Gathering, less than 3,000 incarnations, and Godlight Scripture. Dongbua Shueing said. All right. However, I have to say this in advance. These original copies of the absolute arts cannot be brought away. These original copies of the primal chaos ranked absolute arts are also the only original copies of each absolute art in the starting ground. The white-haired old man said. Understood. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Very soon, the white-haired old man took out 3 books from the treasury of the straw hut. Shadowless Heaven's Gathering was completely transparent. Less than 3,000 incarnations was completely black. As for Godlight Scripture, it was gold in color. The books emitted a formless aura. After all, these were all primal chaos ranked absolute arts. After receiving the original copies of the 3 absolute arts, Dongbua Shueing returned to the straw hut and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. This straw hut was a cultivation ground left behind by Forefather Tianyu for the purple-robed disciples. The time here could be sped up to 10,000 times. Even the praying mat was a treasure. The effects of cultivating on it were even better than cultivating on the outer layer of the primogenitor Devil Mountain. I will cultivate here, and there's no rush to learn the absolute arts. Comprehending the absolute arts requires time. I will first fuse the insights I gained from my dream cultivation. With a thought, Dongbua Shui-ing accelerated the time within the straw hut to 10,000 times. After all, he was only comprehending and fusing the absolute arts. There was no need for him to feel the laws of heaven and earth in the outside world. Boom! In his mind, his different understandings of the Tao of slaughter, Tao of ripples, Tao of mirage, wind ripple path, and slaughter domains started colliding. Chapter 773. Before starting the dream cultivation, Dongbua Shui-ing had already reached a bottleneck in 3 Taos, including the Tao of mirage. Even though the direction of the dream cultivation was slightly different and the comprehension he gained was slightly different, he still reached a bottleneck. He even gained some understanding of the ruler realm during the dream cultivation. When these 2 comprehensions clashed, it was an extremely mystical feeling. Time passed. A total of 160 years had passed in the grass house before Dongbua Shui-ing ended his cultivation. Close to 6 days had passed in the outside world. This was much longer than the 1 or 2 days that Dongbua Shui-ing and his teacher Bloodblade mentioned. But since the war had already begun, a few more days did not make a difference. Dongbua Shui-ing was not willing to stop at the crucial moment of creating the 4th volume of the Wind Ripple Path. Large amounts of comprehension were fused in, allowing him to completely immerse himself in it. Crimson Rock Mountain World on Crimson Dust Island. Jia. A white-robed Dongbua Shui-ing pushed open the courtyard door and walked out. The surrounding trees had turned red, and their leaves were scattered on the ground. Rulers are indeed different. Dongbua Shui-ing revealed a grin. He looked into the distance. His vision pierced through the entire material realm, allowing him to see the distant lake Heart Island historical remains. He even saw the black-robed, bloodshed God Emperor, Pang-yi, Monarch Green, Abyss Primogenitor, Purgatory Ruler, Empress Qianhe, Temporal Island Lord, Myriad God Palace Head, and Primal Master seated cross-legged deep within the Lake Heart Island. Many experts from the cultivator cosmos had temporarily relocated to the Lake Heart Island, and these ruler avatars of theirs had also been left behind. When Dongbua Shui-ing saw these 9 rulers, the 9 of them also sensed something. They looked over with shock. Who? Those fools from the ancestor mother religion can't possibly discover where we are hiding. Bloodblade, Temporal Island Lord, Monarch Green, Pang-yi, and the others followed their senses and looked over. Very soon, they exchanged glances with Dongbua Shui-ing in the material realm. Junior disciple brother Dongbua? Monarch Green was startled. Dongbua Shui-ing? The Temporal Island Lord didn't dare to believe it. He became a ruler. Bloodblade also revealed a look of surprise and joy. He then laughed and said, Everyone, Snow Eagle entered the Demon Mountain cosmos. The flow of time there is more than 3,000 times faster than here, so Snow Eagle has been cultivating there for hundreds of millions of years. His original strength was already at the bottleneck, so it's not surprising that he's taken that final step and become a ruler. Normal. Qingjun sighed. How long have I been trapped in the venerable realm? I had to open up another path and create my own cultivation art. Only then did I break through. Pang-yi sighed. Dongbua Shui-ing's talent is truly incredible. He actually became a sovereign directly. Going from the peak of the venerable realm to the sovereign realm might seem like a single step, but it was extremely difficult. For example, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction was still stuck there. Ha ha ha, if Snow Eagle can become a sovereign, he'll be even more helpful, Bloodblade said. Snow Eagle, hurry over. Yes, master. Dongbua Shui-ing replied. Dongbua Shui-ing, I don't find it strange that you have reached the peak of the opening realm. But for you to become a sovereign so quickly, I really admire you. This is truly too fast. Primal Master transmitted a sigh. Temporal Island Lord had a strange expression on his face. He had always disliked Dongbua Shuang, but now this brat was actually sitting on the same level as him. What kind of joke was this? Humph humph. A newly advanced sovereign. He's probably still very tender. Temporal Island Lord consoled himself. Dongbua Shuang could feel the shock from him becoming a sovereign. However, becoming a sovereign was indeed very difficult. At the very least, breaking through in the laws and profound mysteries system was even more difficult. Even after fusing my comprehensions, I've only broken through in the Tao of Mirage and stepped into the sovereign realm. Dongbua Shuang sighed inwardly. I've already created the 4th volume of the Wind Ripple Path. My understanding of the Tao of Slaughter and Tao of Ripple has deepened, but I'll still need some time to accumulate and accumulate. If I didn't cultivate in my dreams, I might be stuck at the bottleneck for even longer. Dongbua Shuang understood this point as well. Snow Eagle, a voice rang out from afar. Dongbua Shuang raised his head. Jing Qiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. Father, father. 2 figures also appeared with a so-so sound. They were none other than Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qingyao. Snow Eagle, why do I feel your aura? Jing Qiu couldn't help but ask. In her perception, Dongbua Shuang's aura was even more unfathomable. I had some fortuitous encounters after entering the Devil Mountain cosmos. That's why I broke through and became a sovereign. Dongbua Shuang said. Jing Qiu, Dongbua Yu, and Dongbua Qingyao were all stunned. Become a sovereign? They were all proud of Dongbua Shuang and admitted that he was extremely talented. But to become a sovereign, to stand at the peak of the entire cosmos, to stand at the same height as Bloodblade, Temporal Island Lord, Abyss, Primogenitor, and Myriad God Palace Head? This caused Jing Qiu and the others to find it hard to believe. The time flow in the Devil Mountain cosmos is much faster than here. I didn't cultivate for 10 million years, but 600 million years. Dongbua Shuang laughed. When the war ends, I will send you all to the Devil Mountain cosmos. Their cultivation system and resources are much better than ours. 3rd Prince Jiao Yinlu is also a good friend of mine. I have already spoken to him about this matter. A sovereign. Dongbua, you looked at Dongbua Qingyao. Did you hear that? My father is a sovereign. My father is a sovereign as well. Dongbua Qingyao pursed her lips. The siblings could hardly conceal their excitement. Dongbua Shuang laughed when he saw this. I will transcend first. Transcend? Jing Qiu and the others were startled. Dongbua Shuang looked at the space beside him. He directly controlled the void through space-time. It was as though the skin of an orange had been peeled off, revealing the flesh within. The void in front of them was peeled off, revealing a deeper space. There was an incomparably vast river surging forward. This river surged forward without any source or end. It surged through the entire cosmos. Countless life forms could be seen within this river. From the lowest level ants to the highest level stage, 4 world deities, all of them were sinking within it. River of Time? Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and Jing Qiu were all watching. They felt complicated emotions when they saw this river. After all, they had been cultivating in hopes of one day transcending this river. That is, Dongbua Yu and the others stared into the distance in shock. Far away from the River of Time, there was an incomparably towering giant. The giant's height was unfathomable, and it could not be seen with the naked eye. He was simply too tall and huge. His 2 legs were still standing within the River of Time. However, the water of the River of Time only reached his knees. The thickness of his 2 legs was enough to fill up the entire width of the River of Time. With a single step, This giant arrived at the shore of the River of Time. Out of the river, onto the shore. This was no ordinary river. It was the River of Time. By walking out of it, one would be a nirvana expert, a transcendent expert. White-robed Dongbua Shue Ing also arrived at the shore of the void. The incomparably towering giant was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, Dongbuyu, Jingqiu, and the others could clearly see that the giant whose 2 legs almost burst the River of Time was actually Dongbua Shueing. After all, the current Dongbua Shueing had not only become a ruler in the Tao of Mirage, he was also a void walker. His true deity heart was extremely powerful, much stronger than ordinary rulers. That was why his body size was so exaggerated in the River of Time. After the towering giant shrunk, he directly fused with the white-robed Dongbua Shueing. Transcendence, grand perfection. Dongbua Shueing felt that his soul had become much more complete. But fusing my true body and avatar as one is the final grand perfection. To become a void god, he had to fuse his true body and avatar as one. Only when his life reached grand perfection could he take that step, stepping into the void god realm from the true god realm. Currently, Dongbua Shueing was still a ruler. Furthermore, he did not have to enter the primal chaos void temporarily. Naturally, there was no need for him to fuse his true body and avatar as one. Father, I've heard that transcendence is borrowing the energy from the law of the world to allow one to leave the River of Time. Did you just take a step up to the shore? Furthermore, your body size is too huge. Dongbua was speechless by the side. I won't speak any further with you. I'll be leaving first. Dongbua Shueing nodded to his wife. Be careful, Jingqiu reminded him. Dongbua Shueing chuckled before disappearing. He had already left the material realm to meet up with Bloodblade and the others. Chapter 774. A gigantic black stone pillar was rooted in the dark, starry sky. Numerous chains were wrapped around the black pillar, extending into the surrounding void. Countless runes were flowing along the chains, and there were also countless runes flowing along the surface of the stone pillar. A majestic aura emanated from the pillar, covering an area of 1 trillion kilometers. This aura was enough to cause even rulers to tremble. At the top of the black stone pillar, there were 2 figures seated cross-legged there. One was the crimson-robed Bloodblade, while the other was the regal-looking Empress Qianhe. South, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the white-robed Dongbua Shueing. This stone pillar array. Dongbua Shueing felt countless layers of energy obstructing his path. Originally, he had intended to directly descend to the top of the stone pillar to meet his master. Who would have thought that he would be obstructed from so far away? Even I, your master, cannot barge in. You want to do so? Bloodblade stood up from the top of the black stone pillar. He looked at his disciple who had suffered a setback and laughed. Come in. Don't resist. As he spoke, he began to control the array. A surge of energy wrapped around Dongbua Shueing, directly teleporting him over. Dongbua Shueing appeared at the top of the black stone pillar. He immediately smiled and bowed. Greetings, master. There's no need to be so courteous between us. Bloodblade smiled as he watched. The path of cultivation was a lonely one. On this lonely path, both of his disciples were able to follow his footsteps. Bloodblade felt quite satisfied. Dongbua Shueing. Empress Qian, he walked over. Her voice was somewhat cold. When I first met you, you were still a little fellow participating in the myriad flower feast. In the blink of an eye, you've already become a ruler. I was lucky. Dongbua Shueing said humbly. There's no such thing as luck in cultivation. Bloodblade said, Right, which Tao did you break through to become a ruler? The Tao of Mirage? The Tao of Slaughter? Empress Qian, he was listening attentively as well. Tao of Mirage. Dongbua Shueing said. Strictly speaking, He had broken through to the ruler realm in two systems. One was the Tao of Mirage in the laws and profound mystery system. The second was the Voidwalker system. In terms of strength, the Voidwalker system was the most helpful. It was a system with extremely harsh entry requirements, and the number of practitioners was extremely small. At least in the early stages, it had a huge advantage. Mirage Tao? Bloodblade was stunned. Then what about the Tao of Slaughter? I feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. I just need to accumulate a bit more. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Many peak-level paragons feel that they are just a bit off when they reach a bottleneck. But who knows how long they have been stuck there? Empress Qian, he shook her head. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. Empress Qian He, what do you mean by that? He had only cultivated for a short period of time. How difficult was it to become a sovereign in the laws and profound mystery system? The reason why he could make a breakthrough in the Tao of Mirage was because of his dream, cultivation. It was normal for him not to make a breakthrough in the Tao of Slaughter. What did Empress Qian he mean by those words? Haha, Dongbua Shui-ing, don't be angry. I am just regretful that you did not make a breakthrough in the Tao of Slaughter. Empress Qian, he said. What's there to regret about? Dongbua Shui-ing felt puzzled. I also hope that you can make a breakthrough in the Tao of Slaughter. It might be of greater help to us in the war against the ancestor mother religion. Bloodblade said. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly enlightened. The Tao of Mirage, it specialized in survival, concealment, and illusory techniques. It was weak in direct combat, but he was a ruler of a stronger cultivation system. Hua! 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 Suddenly, many figures appeared in the surroundings. They were none other than Monarch Green, who was emitting an endless suppressive aura, Primal Master, who was wearing a simple robe, and the other rulers. Other than the traitor, bloody ruler Nile who had died, the other rulers were gathered here. Naturally, most of them were incarnations. Dongbua, congratulations on becoming a ruler. Dongbua Shui-ing, congratulations on becoming a ruler. For you to become a ruler so quickly, it is highly possible for you to become a void god in the future. Congratulations. All of them came over to congratulate him. Dongbua Shui-ing also responded with a smile, including Dongbua Shui-ing. There were a total of 10 rulers present. They were also the 10 strongest existences in the cultivator cosmos. Oh, right. Dongbua Shui-ing, which Tao did you use to become a ruler? Primal Master asked. Dongbua Shui-ing felt puzzled. You are the oldest living Primal Master, and you are asking about this too? Tao of Mirage. Dongbua Shui-ing answered straightforwardly. Oh, Primal Master nodded. He did not say anything else. Tao of Mirage? The other rulers were relatively calm, though some revealed looks of disappointment. What's the matter? What exactly happened? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. Bloodblade answered. They are concerned about which Tao you broke through because of the war with the ancestor mother religion. What's the current situation? Dongbua Shui-ing was very concerned too. Even though he had asked his wife Jingqiu about it, in reality, the Paragon's ordinary powerful existences, world deities and elites who were worth nurturing had all migrated to the Lake Heart Island historical remain. Jingqiu and Paragon Huicheng did not participate in the war and only knew the most basic information. Those with lower statuses knew even less. After all, it was impossible for the rulers to reveal the details of the war to the public. Firstly, they were afraid that there were still traitors hiding and revealing some secrets to the ancestor mother religion. Secondly, there was no need for them to tell the paragons and powerful existences. Thus, Dongbua Shui-ing knew very little about this war. Ha ha ha. Bloodblade laughed as he said this. The ancestor mother religion has been fighting quite fiercely with us at the start. The disturbance caused by the battle was too huge, causing many regions to be destroyed and many beings to die. But these are unavoidable. Wait till the crucial moment. The ancestor mother religion has made use of bloody ruler Nile to scheme against us. We have beaten them at their own game, causing them to suffer a huge loss, causing them to become weaker in the war. As for now, look over there. Blood Blade pointed to the void to the left. It's in that direction. Look carefully. Dongbu Shueing looked up. His vision penetrated through the obstructions of space. Very soon, he saw a strange spherical fort in the starry sky. This fort was simple and unadorned. It was grayish-white in color, and there were beautiful patterns on its surface. The complexity and profoundness of these patterns far surpassed that of this black stone pillar beneath his feet. It can actually isolate my senses. Dongbu Shueing was slightly startled. His vision could not penetrate through that fort. Do you see it? That is the base of the ancestor mother religion. Bloodblade looked from afar. They are currently trapped in their base. It's a pity that this base is too sturdy. We have tried many methods, and even some taboo energies that we are afraid of. We have disregarded everything and used them, yet we could not damage that fort at all. The treasures they possess far surpass ours. Primal Master said, "Fortunately, our cultivation system is stronger than theirs. Furthermore, Bloodblade is controlling everything, allowing us to advance step by step until they are in desperate straits." Qing Jun said, "I heard that their universe has reached its final stage and is undergoing its final collapse. Although the collapse of the universe as a whole is very slow, many of the relics inside will begin to be destroyed, and a large number of treasures in the relics will be discovered, so their treasures naturally far exceed ours." Dongbu Shueing was enlightened. Just like the Lake Heart Island historical remain, the Six Heavenly Wheel, and other historical remains, many treasures could not be obtained. But the moment the cosmos began collapsing, these historical remains would naturally collapse too, and many treasures would appear. Furthermore, the cosmos of the ancestor mother religion had experienced many cosmos epochs, and its history was much longer than that of the cultivator cosmos. Now that it was collapsing, how many treasures would there be? Kavin was on the verge of collapsing. He had finally finished writing. He had to continue writing. There was still the second chapter. Chapter 775. Their advantage lies in their treasures, but their weakness is obvious too. They are unable to absorb the energy of the world. They have to rely on deity crystals to recover the energy consumed in battle. There might be some unique treasures that can forcefully absorb energy, but the rate of absorption is ultimately too slow. If they were to die in battle, the price for them to refine another avatar would be even higher. Pang Yi said, "And we are the opposite. We have an endless supply of energy. Even if we were to die in battle, we could refine another avatar. In addition, Bloodblade has allowed us to refine another avatar, giving us a greater advantage in overall combat power. Since the start of the war, they rarely launch an attack." Dongbu Shueing nodded. Bloodblade said, "Other than this stone pillar, have you followed the connection between the arrays of the stone pillars to investigate the other regions?" "Oh." Dongbu Shueing inspected carefully. With a glance, he discovered that this black stone pillar beneath his feet was filled with vast power. The arrays were stacked on top of one another, covering a region spanning 1 trillion kilometers. Nonetheless, it was still connected to the void, connecting to a distant location. With the current senses of Dongbu Shueing, he was able to rapidly follow the connection. 2 pillars, 3 pillars, 4 pillars, 5 pillars. Dongbu Shueing soon discovered. Surrounding the base of the ancestor mother religion, there were a total of 10 black stone pillars intertwining with each other, forming an incomparably huge array. Every stone pillar had a large number of shackles attached to it. These shackles seemed to be entangling the base of the ancestor mother religion through the void. According to the myriad catalog you gave me, I've discovered an array called the 12 Primal Pillars. Bloodblade said, I've relied on the materials and treasures we have to refine these 12 primal pillars. Even though the materials are slightly inferior, the refining method and array layout are completely the same. Its power should be 50% of the original. 12 primal pillars? There were clearly 10 stone pillars, yet the array was called 12 primal pillars. Dongbua Shui-ing felt puzzled. The array itself has 12 primal pillars, but the array is extremely complex. Constructing a single primal pillar will require a lot of time. Bloodblade said, "The ancestor mother religion isn't foolish. They will also act to obstruct us from constructing the array. Currently, we have only constructed 10 primal pillars and can't construct the 11th because we lack manpower. The moment the 12 primal pillars were formed, they would completely trap the ancestor mother religion. The lair was completely sealed like a prison, make them unable to come out again. Being trapped in there, unable to obtain resources, unable to obtain energy, unable to cultivate, and unable to come out, is equivalent to being defeated. That's why they'll try their best to stop us from setting up the formation. But before the 12 primal pillars form a complete array, every single primal pillar is slightly weaker. They require a ruler to defend against the attacks of the ancestor mother religion. Without a ruler protecting them, a large group of religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion can easily destroy the array of a single primal pillar." Bloodblade said, "If one is destroyed, we can only reconstruct it. However, if one of the most important primal pillars is taken away, it will be very troublesome to reconstruct them. That's why there must be a guardian. Currently, Purgatory, Monarch Green, and Primal Master have 2 avatars each. They have split up and guarded 6 of the primal pillars." Bloodblade said, "Abyss Primogenitor has 2 avatars working together to guard a single primal pillar. Pang, he also has 2 avatars protecting a single primal pillar. Temporal Island Lord and Myriad God Palace Head are working together to guard a single primal pillar. This final 10th primal pillar will usually be guarded by me." Bloodblade said, "But the moment I want to construct the 11th primal pillar, my true body and avatars have to move together. Furthermore, I have the help of Blackbird. Only then can I successfully construct the array while resisting against the attacks of the ancestor mother religion. But at that time, this 10th primal pillar can only be guarded by Empress Qianhe. Empress Qian, he can't defend it, so he can't construct the 11th primal pillar." Empress Qian, he helplessly said, "The guardian of the primal pillar has to face the enemy head-on. It has a high requirement for one's combat power. I am too weak in direct combat. Temporal Island Lord and I have 2 avatars each. A total of 4 avatars have to work together before we can defend a single primal pillar. Empress Qian, you can't be blamed for this." Myriad God Palace Head said. Dongbua Shui-ing completely understood after hearing that. Bloodblade's true body avatar and Blackbird 5th Uncle Master had to work together to construct a new primal pillar. The guardians could only be other rulers. Purgatory Ruler, Monarch Green, and Primal Master were all very powerful. They could each defend 2 primal pillars. Pang E and Abyss Primogenitor were slightly weaker. They could each defend 1 primal pillar. Temporal Island Lord and Myriad God Palace Head had to work together to defend 1 primal pillar. Empress Qian, his combat power could not even compare to Temporal Island Lord and Myriad God Palace Head. I originally hoped that you would become a ruler through the Tao of Slaughter. That way, your combat power would be much stronger." Bloodblade said, "Even though you are a new ruler, if you work together with Empress Qian, and rely on the power of the Primal Pillars array, it is still possible for you to defend it. Right now, you have become a ruler through the Tao of Mirage." The other rulers felt slightly regretful. Becoming a ruler through the Tao of Mirage would make one strong in terms of survivability, but it would be weak in direct combat. Primal Master chuckled. "Let's give it a try. After all, we have 1 more ruler." Who knows, we might be able to construct the 11th stone pillar. Dongbua's combat power might be too weak, but he might succeed if he works together with Empress Qianhe. Pang Yi added, "We do not care about the energy in our bodies. We have the world energy to replenish it. There's no harm in giving it a try." "Let's give it a try." Blood Blade nodded. Dongbua Shui-ing fell helpless. He could feel that the rulers present did not have much confidence in him, but if he insisted on claiming that he was formidable, he would not be able to do so. It was better to prove it in battle. "When do we begin?" Dongbua Shui-ing asked. "I am looking forward to it." Abyss Primogenita mocked. "You are filled with fighting spirit." Primal Master chuckled too. "Don't be anxious. Let's take a look at the previous attacks from the ancestor, Mother Religion. That way, we will be mentally prepared." Blood Blade shook his head. He then waved his hand, causing a scene to appear by the side. That was the peak of an enormous primal pillar. A barefooted and bald monarch green was wearing a loose golden robe. He was calmly looking at a wooden warship that appeared in front of him. There were even many roots entwined on the warship. This wooden warship was huge, and its power rumbled as it came crushing down. Many battle scenes were being shown. Dongbua Shui-ing had finally experienced it. The ancestor Mother Religion did not fight one-on-one with the cultivators. They completely relied on their accumulated treasures to battle. In terms of power, they had surpassed the rulers. No wonder the avatars of Bloodblade had died more than once in battle. This primal pillar was extraordinary too. By relying on the primal pillar with monarch green strength, an avatar was sufficient to defend a location. Dongbua Shui-ing even asked, "Don't we still have our true bodies at the Lake Heart Island? If we defend it, we should be able to complete the array soon, right? No matter when. Our true bodies must never participate in the battle," Blood Blade solemnly said. Pang Yi chuckled too. "We do not know if the ancestor Mother Religion has any other terrifying moves. The moment we use our true bodies and avatars will die, and we will truly die. Previously, we were close to victory several times, but we discovered that the ancestor Mother Religion was deliberately enticing us. Fortunately, no matter how tempted we felt, we did not send our true bodies. Thus, we will always hold the upper hand. The more they use their treasures, the less energy they have. They will undoubtedly lose." Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. The more tempted they felt, the more they could not gamble, because the cultivator cosmos could not afford to lose. On the peak of the towering primal pillar, Dongbua Shui-ing and Empress Qian, who were both standing there. "When the time comes, we must hold on and do our best. All avatars will attack together," Blood Blade instructed. "Rest assured." Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. His other body, red-robed Dongbua Shui-ing, was currently within the Eden treasure that he brought with him. He could appear at any time. "Amen. I'll do my best to construct the array. As long as you all can hold on until I succeed, I'll only need an avatar to guard the new primal pillar. The other avatars and blackbirds can come and support you all." Blood Blade instructed. "All right, I'll begin." Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. He looked in other directions. There was a ruler on every other primal pillar. Monarch Green, Pang Yi, Purgatory Ruler, Primal Master, and others were all looking at him with a smile. This time, the most important target was where Dongbua Shui-ing was. Because the ancestor Mother Religion had tried attacking the other primal pillars to no avail, they would definitely attack this direction. "Dongbua Shui-ing, when the time comes, it will depend on your strength. Naturally, I'll do my best too." "Empress Qian," he said. "Empress Qian, just wait and see." Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the surrounding starry sky. "Be careful. The moment they discover Blood Blade constructing the array, they will rush over at their fastest speed." "Empress Qian," he reminded. At the same time, she was carefully looking in all directions. She did not have much confidence in Dongbua Shui-ing, so she naturally had to do her best. Chapter 776. Dongbua Shueing was wearing a white robe. He held onto a black spear as he stood at the peak of the primal pillar, waiting silently. Many cold air currents were revolving around the peak of the primal pillar. That was the slight undulation caused by the activation of the primal pillar rays. The air currents swept across his robes, causing them to flutter. Empress Qian, he was feeling vaguely anxious. After all, she had tried several times before, but she could not defend against it. On the contrary, Dongbua Shueing had a solemn expression. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at the distant starry sky. He was waiting for the enemy to arrive. This brat has just become a ruler and has never experienced the strength of a ruler before, much less a war between two cosmoses. That isn't a one-on-one fight, but a large group of rulers working together and relying on treasures to attack. Their power is much more terrifying. In the distance, Empress Qian, he saw that Dongbua Shueing was calmer than her. She could not help but grumble inwardly. He has no experience, and has become a ruler after cultivating for such a short period. He should be overconfident. In a while, he will know how powerful he is. Even though she hoped for their side to win, Empress Qian, he had to acknowledge the strength of the ancestor mother religion. Amen. Dongbua Shueing's eyes brightened. Being a ruler who cultivated the void walker system, he was the first to discover the undulation with his senses towards the void. He looked into the distance. They are here. They are here. Dongbua Shueing, be careful. They have arrived. The other rulers had also discovered it. Some even took the initiative to warn Dongbua Shueing. Because the ancestor mother religion had appeared closest to Dongbua Shueing, it was unquestionable that the ancestor mother religion had chosen the primal pillar guarded by Dongbua Shueing and Empress Qian. He is their target. After all, they had tried other places and failed to break through. This was the only place where they had hope of breaking through. Ripples of the void appeared in the distant darkness, spreading out in all directions. At the core of these ripples of the void, an ancient, strange-looking battleship covered in coiling roots appeared. It was approximately 100 million kilometers long, and ordinary planets were like tiny specks compared to it. Of course, in a battle between rulers, this couldn't be considered huge. Boom! This ancient warship flew over in the dark void because it appeared at the outermost perimeter of the primordial pillars array. Therefore, at this moment, when it flew over at high speed, it had triggered the obstruction of the elemental pillar arrays. Layer upon layer of arrays appeared, and the warship directly collided with these arrays, causing continuous shock waves to surge out in all directions. However, the countless stars on this battlefield had long since been annihilated, and the shock waves only continued to spread through the dark void until they were finally exhausted. The warship continued to advance at high speed with an unstoppable momentum. Its flying speed far surpassed that of a normal sovereign. What terrifying power! Dongbua Shueing was able to sense it through the void, and he could not help but be inwardly shocked. Even I am unable to forcefully break the array of the primal time pillar and kill my way over, but this battleship can. Fortunately, I can rely on the power of the primal time pillar during battle. Otherwise, any ruler would not be able to resist this warship. But Teacher is able to construct the primal pillar with the help of Black Bird Fifth Uncle Master and is not afraid of the sneak attacks from the ancestor mother religion. He is indeed formidable. Shueing glanced to the distance. His vision penetrated through the obstruction of the void and saw another location where Bloodshed God Emperor was currently constructing an array. And at this moment, Black Bird Fifth Uncle Master had already turned into a colossus. A huge black bird that spanned 1 trillion kilometers enveloped the sky above Bloodshed God Emperor. The two bodies of Bloodshed God Emperor were working together to construct a new primal pillar. The ancient warship was flying at high speed, but because the primal pillar arrays covered a huge area, it would take the time taken to brew a cup of tea to reach the primal pillar. Within the worship, many religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion were standing there. They were looking at the slightly nervous Empress Qian, and the white-robed young man standing at the forefront wielding a spear. Empress Qian, he is the weakest ruler. Furthermore, she doesn't specialize in combat. She poses no threat to us. These religious leaders were clear after many years of fighting. Empress Qian, he was more formidable in refining treasures, and her array skills were passable. She was not bad in survival either, but she was weak in combat. Even though there were a few religious leaders who were at the bottom and might be weaker than Empress Qian, the ancestor mother religion, did not fight one-on-one. But the ancestor mother religion did not fight one-on-one. Instead, they relied on treasures to gain an advantage. It seems that they are relying on this Dongbua Shui in this time. Who would have thought that this Dongbua Shui could become a ruler after cultivating for such a short period of time? The fanged religious leader said. His eyes were calm. But a newly ascended brat wants to obstruct us? He must be dreaming. I'm afraid our wooden mustache sacred ship will be able to defeat them with a single attack. Let's do it. Hurry up and defeat Empress Qian, and Dongbua Shuang. That Bloodblade will definitely come to their rescue. If he doesn't, we'll destroy the array on that stone pillar and bring it away. These religious leaders were comparatively colder. Their eyes were filled with tyranny. Even though it was within their expectations that the war would progress to this stage, seeing that they were getting closer and closer to defeat, every religious leader felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. They were not willing to lose like this. They were still searching for an opportunity. Dongbua Shui watched from afar. That ancient battleship was flying at high speed. It was getting closer and closer. Soon, it's about to reach my domain. Dongbua Shui thought. He looked to the distance. Through the obstruction of the void, he could see many life planets in the distant deity world. Many beings were reproducing and living there. They did not know that a war that would decide their fates was looming over their heads. If they lost, all beings in the cultivator cosmos would be exterminated. Dongbua Shui looked in the direction of the Lake Heart Island. There were many powerful existences, world deities, and some cultivators with higher talents over there. They had been relocated there and understood that the war was ongoing. Yet they could only wait uneasily for their fates to be decided. This is my hometown cosmos. Jingqiu, Qingyao, many people are living here. Nobody can think of snatching this place away. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with coldness. It's here. Can Dongbua hold on? Empress Qian, he is too weak. She is weaker than Temporal Island Lord and Myriad God Palace Head. Temporal Island Lord and Myriad God Palace Head have to work together to defend against it. Dongbua Shui only has the help of Empress Qian. Can he hold on? I'm just giving it a try. Even if he fails, things won't get any worse. The rulers on the other primal pillars, Monarch Green, Pang Primal Master, Temporal Island Lord, Myriad God Palace Head, and others were all paying close attention to this place. Even Bloodblade, who was in the midst of setting up his array, was giving it his all. His true body on the Lake Heart Island was watching Dongbua Shui from afar. Even that Blackbird fifth martial uncle who had transformed into the size of a continent was looking at Dongbua Shui from afar. Dongbua brat, you have to hold on. Your master has spent too much effort for the sake of victory. You have to do your best as well. Dongbua Shui stood there and stared into the distance. All of a sudden, Dongbua Shuiying's body abruptly expanded, turning into a giant. This giant was about 50 million kilometers tall, and even the core of the primal pillar beneath his feet became inconspicuous. This startled Empress Qian, who was standing vigilantly on the primal pillar. She looked up at the white-robed young man who was more than 50 million kilometers tall. She could not help but transmit over. Dongbua Shuiying, it'll be easier to defend at the core of the primal pillar. Even if your body becomes bigger, it won't help your combat power. But it'll be easier to fight like this. Dongbua Shuiying's voice boomed across the world. He held onto his spear with a single hand. This spear was also more than 50 million kilometers long. One could see blood waves erupting from the surface of his body. Hong long long, the blood waves surged out in all directions, though they were slightly affected in other directions. Most of them were still charging in the direction of that simple and unadorned warship. Countless blood waves were spreading out continuously. Soon, they reached a distance of more than 50 million kilometers, 200 million kilometers, and the religious leaders in that ancient warship were watching with shock as the surging blood sea surged over. Aren't you overestimating your strength? The religious leaders did not care about it at all. Void, Dongbua Shuiying thought. One being a void walker, he cultivated using the primal chaos void energy from outside the cosmos. He was naturally good at controlling the void. It was not obvious when he was at the Paragon realm, but when he stepped into the ruler realm, he became extremely formidable. It was said that only void gods could enter the primal chaos void to travel, and the void walker system was the darling of the primal chaos void and could enter the primal chaos void after reaching the ruler realm. At the ruler realm, his control of the void had reached a frightening stage. Currently, his Tao of Slaughter and Tao of Ripple had not reached the eternal perfection realm. In terms of domain power, his control of the void was beyond that of the Slaughter domain. It's just that he had to use all his strength in this battle. Primal Pillar. Being the protector, Dongbua Shuiying began controlling the array energy of the primal pillar to support himself. Many layers of arrays began fluctuating above the Slaughter domain. Hong long long, the ancient warship, came crashing over. It had finally reached the boundary of the blood waves. This place was just 150 million kilometers away from the core of the primal pillar. The power of the array here was huge, and it had suppressed the power of this warship to a relatively low level. If Monarch Green or Primal Master were here, an avatar of theirs could resist against it, and at this moment, under the suppression of the Slaughter domain and the control of the void by Dongbua Shuiying, the speed of the ancient warship was greatly reduced. Its flying speed was not even 1/100th of its original speed. He actually suppressed it. Primal Master, Temporal Island Lord, Myriad God Palace Head, and other rulers who were watching the battle from afar revealed looks of wild joy. Even the huge black bird Fifth Uncle Master was slightly startled and did not dare believe it. Bloodshed God Emperor's true body was also slightly ecstatic. They had not even engaged in close combat. Just by relying on his domain, he could reduce the speed of the ancient warship to this extent? Just how strong is this domain? He should be able to defeat me just by relying on his domain, right? Empress Qian, he could not help but think from the peak of the primal pillar. Chapter 777. That was indeed the case. The moment a void walker stepped into the ruler realm, he would have the combat power of an apex ruler of other systems. Just by controlling the void, he could suppress some of the weaker rulers. Currently, that ancient warship was under the influence of the primal pillar array. Because it was close to the core, the power of the warship had been suppressed to 20 to 30%. If one were to say that its original power was far above that of Dongbua Shuiying, now that it was reduced to 20 to 30%, it was no longer unstoppable to Dongbua Shuiying. With the Slaughter domain and void suppression, even though the warship could still fly at high speed, it was much slower than in the past. What? Its flying speed is so slow? The power of this blood wave is so great? The religious leaders were greatly alarmed. They did not dare believe that this was real. They were wrong. On the surface, the most dazzling Slaughter domain would at most cause some of the weaker rulers to feel troubled. Instead, the void suppression that was hidden within was several times stronger than the Slaughter domain. Naturally, if one could step into the ruler realm in both the Tao of Slaughter and Tao of Ripple, the power of the slaughter domain would experience a qualitative breakthrough. His flying speed is so slow. This Dongbua Shui-ing has yet to engage in close combat. As long as he displays his spear techniques, he should be able to stop the wood mustache sacred ship easily. Maybe the Tao he has broken through and is only strong in his domain and weaker in close combat. Stop the sacred ship. Proceed with the attack and kill this avatar of Dongbua Shuang. The religious leaders rapidly made their decision. They did not have time to waste because Bloodblade was currently constructing a new primal pillar. They had to deal with Dongbua Shuang as soon as possible. If they did not defeat him, they would not be able to reach the core of the primal pillar and destroy this array. After the ancient battleship came to a stop, the surface of the battleship was covered in many densely packed roots. Abruptly, they flew out and covered the sky as they attacked Shuang from all directions. Every single root was filled with life energy. It was as if countless whips were lashing out at the same time. The power was so strong that it left Shuang speechless. Fortunately, the layers of arrays had greatly reduced its power. In addition to the void suppression and the impact of the slaughter domain, these roots had become very weak. Even so, most rulers would still have a hard time defending against such a group attack. They would most likely be defeated in an instant. This was also the reason why the Myriad God Palace Master and the Temporal Island Lord had to work together to defend against it. Can he defend against it? Since Dongbua Shuang has such a strong domain, he should be able to defend against it. He'll definitely be able to defend against it, with his domain suppressing the attacks of the ancestor mother religion. Even if he is weaker in close combat, he should be able to defend against it. After all, he has 2 avatars, and Empress Qian he can help him too. Primordial Master, Pang Yi, Abyss Ancestor, and company looked nervous. They were all hoping for victory, but they were also afraid that Dongbua Shuang was only formidable in his domain and weak in close combat. Shuang, who was more than 50 million kilometers tall, stood there. The surface of his body suddenly emitted many strands of black light. Every single strand of black light followed the strange undulations and advanced at high speed, pouncing on every single root. Termination energy. Even without using any laws and profound mysteries, the power of the termination energy was terrifying, much less when Dongbua Shuang displayed the first volume of Wind Ripple Path. The first volume was relatively simple. During a group attack, Dongbua Shuang could control more than 1,000 termination energy at the same time. For the time being, he could not control more than 1,000 termination energy at the same time. Dongbua Shuang, let me help you. Empress Qian, he also flew out of the core of the primal pillar towards Dongbua Shuang. Pung pung pung. At this moment, many rays of black light clashed against the roots. Every ray of black light contained a strange fluctuation, causing the roots to soften after being struck. Looking over, the originally densely packed roots seemed to have turned soft after being struck by the large amount of black light. They no longer had any power. He actually broke this move just like that? The religious leaders did not dare believe it. It was fine if his domain was formidable. Facing a group attack, he could still separate more than 1,000 rays of black light to defend against it? The crucial point was that they had not seen Dongbua Shuang unleashing his spear. We can't use a group attack. His black light is too powerful. The religious leaders did not know that this was the termination energy, that the Void Walkers had the most destructive, offensive power. Then we shall suppress him directly. Attack! The religious leaders were slightly anxious. They felt that something was amiss. At this moment, be it Empress Qian, he who was rushing over to help Dongbua Shuang, Blackbird Fifth Uncle Master, Bloodblade, who was constructing the array, Primal Master, Monarch Green, Temporal Island Lord, Myriad God Palace Head, and the other rulers. All of them were watching nervously. They could feel that victory was in sight. Dongbua Shuang's strength had far surpassed their imaginations. They felt ecstatic, even though it was unexpected. It was what they were looking forward to. First, his domain was already so terrifying. Now he could easily deal with a group attack. With such strength, he might be able to resist against it. Hua, at the bow of that simple and unadorned battleship, the two longest roots entwined and arced through the sky, tearing it apart. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black, strange, illusory figure would appear. It tore apart the layers of stacked arrays and tried its best to break through the void suppression and the slaughter domain, directly killing toward Shuang. It's here. Monarch Green and the others were nervous. Even I have to rely on the Tao of Mountain to defend against it. Monarch Green thought. He was clear how terrifying this attack was. This is a suppressive technique. Can we defend against it? They were all watching nervously. As long as they could defend against this move. Even though that battleship had other techniques, the previous one was a group attack that was hard to deal with. This move was the strongest, and if they could defend against it, the threat of the other moves would be low. He's using his spear. He's finally using his spear technique. The rulers were all watching carefully. What a unique spear technique. It seems like it isn't a perfect eternal Tao. It feels like it's a fusion of slaughter and ripple. But in terms of profoundness, it's extremely profound. Bloodblade and the others had sharp eyes. They had their own judgments. Indeed, it was just like how Monarch Green fought against rulers of the Paragon Realm. Even though the Tao of Ripple and Tao of Slaughter had yet to reach eternity, they had reached a bottleneck. By fusing them together, Dongbua Shui Ing had created the Wind Ripple Path based on a large number of books in the primogenitor Devil Mountain and his own comprehensions. In terms of profoundness, it was sufficient to fight against rulers. Much less now that he had created the fourth volume. And at this moment he was displaying the fourth volume. Fourth Wind Ripple Path, Extremity. The spear arced through a mysterious trajectory. Ripples revolved around the spear and converged at the spearhead. There seemed to be an invisible point at the spearhead. The ripples eventually converged at this point. Dongbua Shui Ing named this spear Extremity. Pung! The spearhead pierced through that root that tore through everything. The long and tough ancient root trembled. The energy within had been dissipated by the strange ripples. The root also softened. This scene caused the hearts of the religious leaders to turn cold. In terms of strength, the majority of the religious leaders who specialized in strength could not compare to Dongbua Shui Ing. In terms of profoundness, they could not compare. We lost. He's too powerful. We can't stop him. The religious leaders understood this point. Even though the wood mustache sacred vessel had other techniques, they understood that it could not stop Dongbua Shui Ing at all. What made them feel the greatest pain was that Dongbua Shui Ing had only fought with a single body from start to end. His other avatar did not appear at all. Just like Monarch Green, Primal Master, and Purgatory Ruler, they could defend with just a single avatar. These religious leaders felt their hearts turning cold. He still has another avatar that can continue defending another primal pillar. The religious leaders felt their hearts turning cold and unresigned. As for the cultivators, they were truly in ecstasy. This joy came too suddenly, and they could not adapt to it. A single avatar can resist against it. He resisted it head-on. Everyone, including the bloodshed God Emperor, felt dazed. Primal Master laughed out loud. Dongbua Shui Ing's strength is deep and unfathomable. In terms of strength, he might be above me. Monarch Green, Purgatory, how do the two of you feel? He should be comparable to the two of us. Monarch Green answered. Amen, he is stronger in direct combat. Purgatory Ruler said, he is lacking in the laws and profound mysteries, but his overall strength is at our level. After the years of war, everyone understood each other's strength well. The strongest was Bloodblade. His superiority was clear, especially with the help of Blackbird. He became even more tyrannical. Following that was Purgatory Ruler and Monarch Green. Primal Master, Pang Yi, and the others had to lean towards the back. But Primal Master had lived for a long time and had many techniques. Currently, when Dongbua Shui revealed his strength, he was already comparable to Purgatory Ruler and Monarch Green. Ha ha ha, no matter what, he is definitely stronger than me. Dongbua Shui is able to defend the primal pillar with just a single avatar. He still has another avatar. Ha ha ha, the 12 primordial pillars can all be set up successfully. Pantheon Palace Master was extremely happy. MN, this first primal pillar of mine will be constructed in a while. Bloodblade was slightly excited. Finally, the 12 primal pillars are about to be constructed. The battleship of the ancestor mother religion struggled for a dozen more times before giving up and retreating. And the cultivators were extremely happy. Very soon, Bloodblade succeeded in constructing the primal pillar. South, Red Robe Dongbua Shui used the void evasive maneuver to rush to where his teacher, Bloodblade, was constructing the array. Teacher, Red Robe Dongbua Shui arrived. Snow Eagle, Bloodblade had just finished constructing. He was extremely happy to see his disciple. Leave this first primal pillar to me. Red-robed Dongbua Shui said. All right. Bloodblade laughed. I can't hold it in any longer. I'll construct the final primal pillar in one fell swoop. I've waited for far too long. Who would have thought that I could construct all 12 primal pillars today? Red-robed Dongbua Shui landed on the peak of that primal pillar. Bloodblade looked at his disciple before turning to the surrounding void. His gaze pierced through the endless distance, looking at the countless planets and cultivators. He had a smile on his face. The fatigue in his heart was dissipating. This war might be coming to an end. Chapter 778. Snow Eagle. Bloodblade instructed. Right now we are constructing the final primal pillar. The closer we are to success, the more careful we have to be. The ancestor mother religion has retaliated against us more than once. You have to defend 2 primal pillars at the same time. You must be careful. This disciple understands. The more it is at this moment, the more we must not be careless. Dongbua Shui nodded. Bloodblade, you can be rest assured. This disciple of yours is quite formidable. It will be easy for him to defend against the ancestor mother religion. The black bird on the shoulder of Bloodblade shouted. Bloodblade chuckled. He then looked to the distance and took a step. South, piercing through space, he soon arrived at the final array formation point of the 12 primal pillars. At this moment, Dongbua Shui, Pang Yi, Monarch Green, Purgatory Ruler, Primal Master, Temporal Island Lord, Empress Qianhe, and the others were watching from afar. They could not help but feel nervous. The closer they were to success, the more nervous they became. They were afraid that the ancestor mother religion with a deep foundation would have some formidable technique to break their array formation. Everyone be careful. The ancestor mother religion will definitely not be willing to admit defeat like this. Dongbua Shui, the primal pillars that the rest of us are defending have been attacked multiple times. Only you suffered a single attack. The next time the ancestor mother religion acts, it is highly likely that they will target you. Right, you have to be careful here. Everyone was on tenterhooks. And in the distance, Black Bird 5th Uncle Master had already transformed into an incomparably huge body. He was like a great land covering the sky above Bloodblade. The 2 avatars of Bloodblade were doing their best to construct the final primal pillar. They are here. The ancestor mother religion is here. Dongbua Shui was the first to discover it. The other rulers discovered it too. The ancestor mother religion still used that ancient battleship. But this time, there were specks of jade green light circulating on the surface of the battleship. It seemed slightly unique. The location where the battleship appeared was close to the newly constructed primal pillar. It was also where the red-robed Dongbua Shui-ing was defending. That Dongbua Shui-ing was able to withstand the attack head-on the last time. His physical strength must be extremely strong. Normally, a strong physical body would require the help of an external object. Those external materials are very rare and might only be sufficient for a single avatar to cultivate. The religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion were looking at the red-robed young man standing on the peak of the primal pillar. His robe was fluttering. He held onto a violet spear as he coldly stared at the incoming battleship. The conjecture of the ancestor mother religion was logical. For instance, the ancestor mother religion system required a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, they would not be able to increase their realm. For example, Dongbua Shuang had once cultivated the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body. In order to cultivate it in a short period of time, he had consumed a large amount of precious treasures. This was because the rapid strengthening of one's body required an external source of energy. Simply relying on absorbing the power of the world was far too slow. Usually, one had to rely on extremely powerful external sources. Even though the ancestor mother religion's guess was logical, it was wrong. The walker's hidden secret that Dongbua Shuang cultivated was an external source of energy, the primal chaos void energy. The primal chaos void energy could be said to be rare. After all, most void gods could only enter the primal chaos void, and it was hard for them to make use of this terrifying energy. Even if one were to say that it was too much, the primal chaos void was boundless. It contained many cosmos within, and the primal chaos void energy was much greater than the world energy. Hence, to Dongbua Shuang, his true body and his two avatars could easily cultivate the walker's hidden secret to the 11th level. Naturally, the outcome of the ancestor mother religion's attack was predictable. What? This body of his is equally powerful. He can't win at all. Even though the ancestor mother religion's techniques were slightly strange, the red-robed Dongbua Shuang was able to resist against the ancestor mother religion with just a spear and his control of the void and slaughter domain. He was able to protect this primal pillar. Time passed second by second. Red-robed Dongbua Shuang was doing his best to deal with the ancestor mother religion. He did not dare to be distracted. But white-robed Dongbua Shuang and Empress Qian here paying close attention to the side of Bloodblade, Monarch Green, Primal Master, Pang Yi, Temporal Island Lord, and the others were nervously watching from afar. Almost there. Just a little bit more. All of them were nervously watching as Bloodblade constructed the final primal pillar. Bloodblade was also doing his best. The enormous black bird swept its cold eyes in all directions. It was on guard at all times. Everyone knew that this was the most crucial moment. When all the shackles on the surface of that primal pillar permeated into the void, many deity runes began flowing. Dong, that enormous primal pillar let out a booming sound. Many arrays had completely linked together, and this primal pillar had finally become a perfect entity. Ha ha ha. Bloodblade could not help but grin at the moment he succeeded. He did not realize how big his grin was. It's a success. It's a success. The 12 primal pillars are finally completed. Dongbua Shuang, Empress Qian He, Pang Yi, Temporal Island Lord, and the other rulers watching from afar were all excited. Even though they felt that they were nearing success, it was only when the actual primal pillar was successfully constructed that they let out a sigh of relief. And that ancient warship had already given up and chose to retreat. The 12 primal pillars revolved around the base of the ancestor mother religion, forming an unseen void cage. Every single primal pillar had a ruler from the cultivator's side standing on it. The newest primal pillar had Bloodshed God Emperor standing there too. The rulers looked at each other from afar. They all revealed a smile. It was a joyous smile. Bloodblade, activate the arrays and suppress the base of the ancestor mother religion. Abyss primogenitor was in high spirits. Bloodblade, we can begin. Empress Qian, his face was flushed red. She was exceptionally beautiful, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Teacher, let's begin. Dongbua Shueing was also looking forward to it. He had joined the war relatively late, and the cultivators had already occupied an absolute advantage. But his combat power had still helped aside, allowing them to construct the 12 primal pillars faster. All right, the other rulers were looking forward to it. Bloodblade felt his blood boiling too. He immediately began controlling all the primal pillars. Hong Long Long, the 12 primal pillars, immediately began connecting the arrays. In the past, due to the lack of primal pillars, the entire large-scale array was broken. It was like a cage, and a broken cage that the enemies could enter and leave whenever they wanted. But now, this void cage had become perfect and flawless. There were no loopholes at all. Hua, hua, hua. One could see many void shackles appearing on the surface of the base of the ancestor, mother religion. These void shackles were transparent. They emitted hua, hua, hua sounds as they wrapped around the base. These void shackles were intertwined with each other, and these translucent void shackles were filled with flowing patterns. These patterns intertwined with each other, tightly wrapping the entire base of the ancestor mother religion without leaving a single gap. Furthermore, Dongbua Shueing could no longer sense the existence of the ancestor mother religion. The base of the ancestor mother religion has been completely sealed. Bloodblade revealed a grin. The ancestor mother religion has no way of breaking out of the seal. This day has finally arrived. The sovereigns on the primal pillars who were scattered in all directions, all revealed looks of joy. We have fought so many times previously, and we were always lacking by a little each time. This time, we have truly trapped them. Pang Yi chuckled. Perhaps it is time for this war to end. Primal Master nodded. It is time to end it. It has been too long. My heart is too tired. These 100,000 years are more tiring than cultivating for 1,000,000,000,000 years. The other rulers were all talking. They were relatively relaxed. It is still junior disciple brother Dongbua, who is the most relaxed. He slept until the end and fought for the shortest amount of time. Monarch Green chuckled as he looked at the distant Dongbua Shueing. Even though the time was short, if not for Dongbua, we would have to delay for a period of time to win. Myriad God Palace head added. Fellow rulers, Bloodblade spoke. He stopped the joyous rulers. All the rulers, including Dongbua Shueing, turned to Bloodblade. Bloodblade was unquestionably the leader. His frightening attainments in the arrays allowed him to gain the upper hand time and time again in this war. Right now, we can only say that we have won half the war. Bloodblade chuckled. Even though I am certain that they cannot break the suppression of the 12 primal pillars, they might have some other trump cards. We must not celebrate too early. Chapter 779. Dongbua Shueing, Empress Qian, he, Monarch Green, Primal Master, Temporal Island Lord, and the other rulers were also looking at the base of the ancestor mother religion. That simple and beautiful spherical fortress. I do want to see what other methods this ancestor mother religion has. Now that it has been sealed by the 12 primal pillars, what else can they do? If they have any formidable techniques, they would not have allowed us to construct the primal pillars successfully. The power of the 12 primal pillars is at the void god level. It is also because Bloodblade has touched the boundary of the void god realm and has relied on the refinement technique of the myriad catalog that he succeeded. I do not believe that they can break it. The rulers were watching from afar. They were chatting with one another. They were waiting for the reaction of the ancestor, mother religion. Time passed by second Dongbua Shueing, and the others were very patient. Even if the ancestor mother religion wanted to retaliate, they would have to discuss it internally and it would definitely take some time. Amen? Bloodblade was slightly startled. Dongbu Shueing and the others saw it too. Hong Long Long, a hole suddenly opened in one of the spherical fortress. A muscular, green-brown-skinned giant was currently standing by the hole. He was barefooted, and there were only a few pieces of rags wrapped around his body. His eyes were incomparably calm like an endless sea. But because the void shackles had sealed the entire fortress, this fanged hunk could not leave the hole. He said, "Bloodblade, this is merely an incarnation of mine. I do not have any weapons or storage treasures. Even my robe is condensed from energy. Let me out." His voice could not be heard by Dongbu Shueing and the other rulers. Only Bloodblade, who controlled the 12 primal pillars array, could hear it. A ripple immediately entered the body of the fanged hunk. Indeed, this was merely an incarnation. Even his robe was condensed from energy. He did not have any other items. Come out. With a thought, Bloodblade enveloped the incarnation of the fanged hunk, teleporting him out of the fortress. Dongbu Shueing and the others couldn't hear the voice of the huge fanged hunk, but they could see the huge fanged hunk being teleported out. After teleporting out, they were able to scan the huge fanged hunk from afar. Because it was just an incarnation, Dongbu Shueing and the others were able to scan the huge fanged hunk with ease. It's just an incarnation. No items, no threats. The sovereigns all stared at the fanged man. Given their level of power, they could clearly see the fanged man's fur, even though they were extremely far away. At this moment, only Bloodblade personally came to the front of the fanged man. Dongbu Shueing and the others were still guarding the primal pillar and watching from afar. Guarding the primal dawn pillar was very important. It could not be neglected. The rulers are all here. The fanged sect leader swept his eyes over the surroundings. Even though he couldn't see them, he could guess. He laughed as he spoke. "Speak. What's the matter?" Bloodblade appeared in front of him, calmly speaking. The fanged sect leader looked at the white-robed Bloodblade clone in front of him and sighed. "Bloodblade, you really are careful. No matter what, you are always so cautious. Even now we have already won, but the other sovereigns are still guarding the primal dawn pillar. In addition, their true bodies are probably still on the island in the center of the lake." "Yes." Bloodblade nodded. "No matter how great the temptation is, I won't gamble." The huge fanged hunk sighed. "Before this, we set up all sorts of traps. Although we tried to kill you all time and time again, it was all useless." Bloodblade said, "Over the past 100,000 years, we have indeed faced temptation time and time again. However, I am very clear that if we were to attack with our true bodies, we might be able to win. However, we are risking the death of both our true bodies and our clones. If we don't gamble, our true bodies will always be safe. We can cultivate an endless stream of clones to continue fighting. If this continues, even if we use up all of your god crystals, we will still be able to win in the end. Since we will win in the end, why take the risk?" Bloodblade said coldly. "You are very calm." The fanged Hierophant sighed. "However, to many experts, knowing is one thing and acting is another. With victory so close at hand, it is normal to be hot-headed." "What a pity, what a pity. Is that all you have to say?" Bloodblade continued. Dongbu Shueing and the other sovereigns watched and listened from afar. The fanged Hierophant shook his head. "I quite admire you. You are extremely skilled in array formations. You relied on the Void Twin Extreme Array to force us out, then used this Primal Dawn Pillar Array to trap us. It's all because of you. Furthermore, you discovered long ago that the Blood Ruler was a traitor. You pretended not to know and beat us at our own game, causing us to suffer greatly. I still don't understand. How did you discover that the Blood Ruler was a traitor?" "That is a secret," Bloodblade said coldly. Although he himself had some suspicions, the information that Dongbua Shuai-ing had given him back then allowed Bloodblade to almost confirm that the Blood Ruler now was the traitor. "You are really careful. Even now, you are still keeping it a secret." The fanged Hierophant's expression was slightly bleak. His gaze was somewhat bleak. "My race has been reproducing in our hometown until now. We are extremely powerful. It's just that the universe will eventually age and collapse. And this universe passageway with you is our only chance. We can only fight if we have an endless supply of heaven and earth energy and a large amount of resources. This battle will most likely be our victory." Bloodblade laughed coldly. "Not treasures, not external help. In a true battle of strength, you are not our match." The fanged Hierophant was stunned. Right. One had to admit that with the help of the doppelganger technique, the sovereigns of the cultivator cosmos had 3 bodies. This made up for their weakness in numbers. In a true battle, the cultivators were indeed stronger. There is no meaning in saying all this. Our protectors are almost all dead. Many of our Hierophant also died. After 100,000 years of fighting, we still lost. The fanged Hierophant said, "I came here today because I hope that your cultivator cosmos can give us a path of survival." "A path of survival?" Bloodblade laughed coldly. "Why should we give you a path of survival? We will imprison you until the end of the cosmos epoch. All of you will die. Even if you follow the cosmos passage back to that collapsing cosmos, you will still die. You are dead. We are dead." The fanged Hierophant said, "Firstly, we still have the strength to fight. Although we do not have any hope of victory, we will still make you pay a huge price. Secondly, if you give us a path of survival, we can give you many things. For example, treasures. Thirdly, we are only doing this for survival." Bloodblade turned silent. He was secretly discussing with the other rulers. Dongbua Shuai-ing and the rest were also rapidly discussing. "Are you speaking the truth? Can they still fight? They are already trapped by us, yet they want us to pay the price. Are they trying to scare us, or do they really have some tricks up their sleeves? They want to occupy our cosmos, yet they want to beg for mercy." "Let me ask him again." Bloodblade looked at the fanged Hierophant in front of him. "You want a path of survival. What path of survival? There are 2 methods." The huge fanged hunk said, "The first path of survival is that you have a good relationship with that Gu Qianluo. He has the primal chaos flying ship. He can let us enter the ship and bring us away. The second path of survival is to continue imprisoning us. Wait until your cultivator cosmos produces another void god. Before the end of the cosmos epoch, your void god will bring the transcended clansmen away. You can just bring us along when you leave. This is our final hope. We have no hope of a war. We only seek for survival." The huge fanged hunk looked at Bloodblade. The ancestor mother religion had reached a dead end. They had no other choice. They could only lower their heads and beg for survival. The right to decide was on the side of the cultivators. The feeling of controlling the fate of the other party felt good. Dongbua Shuai-ing, Empress Qian He, Pang Yi, Bloodblade, and the others might be contemplating, but their moods were extremely good. Unless we won just like that, the war is ending. Dongbua Shuai-ing felt that everything had happened too quickly. He had just woken up from his sleep, and the war had ended? Naturally. Only Dongbua Shuai-ing felt that everything had happened too quickly. The other rulers felt entirely different. Bloodblade, Primal Master, Abyss Primogenitor, Purgatory Ruler, Pang Yi, Monarch Green, Temporal Island Lord, Myriad God Palace Head, Empress Qian He, and the others felt their hearts fluctuating. They were too tired over the past 100,000 years. They did not dare to relax at all. They had schemed and risked their lives time and time again. They had died too many times. They were even close to victory time after time, only to discover that it was a trap. Their hearts were tired, but they had to continue fighting. Finally, Dongbuo brought them luck. The war was finally ending. At this moment, they felt relaxed. Even though they were still maintaining a strand of vigilance, their hearts were brimming with joy. Fellow rulers, what do you think? Should we let them live? Bloodblade asked the other rulers. Chapter 780. The 10 rulers who stood at the apex of the cultivator cosmos were discussing. Actually, Dongbuo and the rest had the thought of exterminating all the religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion. After all, the 100,000 years of war had affected many regions. Many regions in the deity world and dark abyss had been exterminated, and the number of casualties was uncountable. Dongbuo and the rest were filled with killing intent. But the clash between two cosmos races could not be carried out recklessly. Firstly, the ancestor mother religion might have the means to force the cultivators to pay a painful price. Secondly, the treasures of the ancestor mother religion were extremely enticing. Just by using them to comprehend and ponder over them, it would be of great help to one's cultivation. All right, then we'll give them a path of survival. We can give them a path of survival, but we must imprison them until the cosmos epic ends. By then, our void gods will bring them away. Right? We must absolutely not let them enter Gu Qianluo's primal chaos flying ship. That Gu Qianluo is extremely wicked. Letting him bring the ancestor mother religion away? I'm afraid there might be some variables. The rulers came to a decision after a simple discussion. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Since things had reached this stage, then they would give the enemy a strand of hope. Without hope, the enemy would only go crazy. And with hope, the enemy would obediently wait for the day they would be rescued. If the cultivators were wicked enough, they could completely disregard their promise and not save them. But they would definitely not get those treasures from the ancestor mother religion. I'll go talk to them. Bloodblade said, "It is already benevolent of us to give them a chance of survival since the war has reached this stage. But everyone still has to remain vigilant. The ancestor mother religion isn't worth trusting." Understood. Rest assured. We will always have avatars guarding the primal pillars. In the starry sky, every primal pillar had a ruler guarding it. And in another starry sky, within the primal chaos flying ship, the huge sculpture Gu Qianluo that was emitting a wicked and cold aura was currently smiling. He was looking down at a green-skinned teenager with horns. This green-skinned teenager's eyes were filled with pain and unwillingness. His body was slightly trembling. "Isn't it too overboard?" The green-skinned teenager said with a low voice. TSK, too much? Not at all. Do you think the cultivators will let you live? They said that they would bring all of you with them when the cosmos epoch is about to end. But when the time comes, they won't bring all of you with them. They'll let all of you perish along with this epoch. What can you do? Gu Qianluo laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. Placing your hopes on the benevolence of the cultivators? That's too foolish. During the previous 100,000 years of war, you guys had intentionally caused some of the disturbances from the war, killing countless of their clansmen and living beings. The hatred these rulers have for you guys is extremely deep. I'll become your servant from now on. I can promise you that. The green-skinned teenager lowered his voice. But the treasures of my ancestor mother religion must be passed to you in 2 batches. When you break the primal pillar to save us, you must hand over the first batch. We will construct the ancestor mother altar and hand over the last batch after we win. This is our bottom line. Either you agree, or our ancestor mother religion would rather die. The green-skinned teenager looked up at the enormous sculpture in front of him. Not long after the war erupted, Gu Qianluo had taken the initiative to lure a ruler from the ancestor mother religion into his primal chaos flying ship. In the past, rulers were forbidden from entering because he was in a deep slumber. Now that he was awake, especially within the primal chaos flying ship, he did not care about a ruler. As the war progressed, the ancestor mother religion's confidence became weaker and weaker. Finally, they lowered their heads. We have to split it into 2 batches, Gu Qianluo muttered to himself. He was delighted in his heart. Even the most arrogant experts had to obediently lower their heads. Who would have thought that this ancestor mother religion has so many treasures? There are some that even void gods are jealous of. Gu Qianluo was slightly startled. He originally did not treat the ancestor mother religion as anything. But when the war began, he had been spying on them in the dark, and his eyes immediately turned red. He discovered that some of the treasures of the ancestor mother religion were at the void god level. Some were even from other systems. They could have been plundered by the experts of the ancestor mother religion for their juniors. Currently, the strongest expert of the ancestor mother religion was equivalent to a ruler. Furthermore, he was slightly clumsy when it came to controlling the treasures. Thus, many of the formidable treasures could not be unleashed by much. If they were to land in my hands, I would have really profited. Gu Qianluo's eyes turned red. He felt an itch in his heart. Actually, this was because the cosmos of the ancestor mother religion had collapsed, causing many treasures hidden within the historical remains to be leaked out. That was why the religious leaders of the ancestor mother religion had so many treasures. But if they were not strong enough, these treasures would be a joke in their hands. Instead, it was Bloodblade who had 1 foot in the void god realm. He had just obtained the myriad catalog, yet he was able to refine many arrays immediately. They were much more useful than many of the treasures of the ancestor mother religion. But in reality, many of the treasures of the ancestor mother religion were above the primal pillars. But the stronger the treasure, the higher the threshold to control it. Humph. For the sake of survival, I have to lower my head. Gu Qianluo thought, for the sake of so many treasures, it is worth it for me to act. He was the 7th sacred son under the ancestor bone throne, and his vision was much higher. By relying on the primal chaos flying ship, he could move unhindered across the primal chaos void and fight against void gods. In terms of survival and escaping, the primal chaos flying ship was much stronger. Even if he was heavily injured, he was still confident of dealing against a group of rulers with the help of the primal chaos flying ship. The green-skinned teenager became nervous after saying that. He was worried that Gu Qianluo would not agree to it. But this was the bottom line of the ancestor mother religion, because they were afraid that Gu Qianluo would leave after obtaining all the treasures without caring about their lives. Thus, they had to split the treasures into 2 batches. Furthermore, the most important treasures would be kept in the 2nd batch. They had to help them construct the ancestor mother altar and win the war before they could give the 2nd batch to Gu Qianluo. All right, religious leader Sangdan, you should swear the oath. The moment Gu Qianluo finished speaking, the space in front of the green-skinned teenager suddenly fluctuated. A piece of leaf appeared in front of religious leader Sangdan. On the leaf, there was a faint, illusory figure of a short and small creature. On it, there were many unknown words. These words transmitted information, allowing the green-skinned teenager to understand it completely. The green-skinned teenager was one of the younger religious leaders of the ancestor mother religion. He had entered the primal chaos flying ship during the early stages of the war. He extended his hand and lightly tapped on a leaf. A strand of soul aura descended on this leaf. It was immediately taken away by the leaf. And at this moment, the enormous sculpture of Gu Qianluo also sent a strand of soul aura onto the leaf. 1. On the leaf, the illusory figure of the short and small creature looked up. He glanced at Gu Qianluo before looking at the green-skinned teenager by the side. His mouth moved, but his voice directly resounded in the minds of Gu Qianluo and the green-skinned teenager. The oath is established. Those who violate it die. The green-skinned teenager could feel an unseen law. That was a very unique law of the oath. The moment he violated it, he would undoubtedly die. The power of the law was extremely strong. At least, he could feel that even if he was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he would not be able to shake the law of the oath. Master, religious leader Sang Dan respectfully greeted. Very good. Gu Qian Luo chuckled as he looked at his new servant. When I was roaming the primal chaos void, I had once chanced upon a set of arrays. This set of arrays is relatively formidable, and it should be easy for me to use it to protect your altar. We have a total of 6 altars. Religious leader Sang Dan said. The 6 altars will be spread across 6 different parts of the cosmos. Only then will the altar be formed. This set of arrays has a total of 9. Lending 6 of them to you temporarily is a small matter. Gu Qianluo was indifferent. He felt disdain towards a battle at this level. When he was roaming the primal chaos void, most of his enemies were void gods. Being the sacred son doted on by ancestor bone, his personal strength was top-notch even amongst rulers. Adding on various external materials, he could naturally fight against void gods at his peak. Many thanks, Master. Religious leader Sang Dan responded with joy. In a while, I'll destroy that primal time array and save you all. You all should immediately start constructing the altars. I'll help you defend them. The moment the 6 altars form the final Ancestor Mother altar, it will change the entire cosmos. Without the endless supply of world energy, they will be rejected by the cosmos. They will definitely lose. Gu Qianluo casually said. And at this moment, in the starry sky outside the territory of the Ancestor Mother religion, the incarnation of the fanged religious leader was currently having a final discussion with Bloodblade. We no longer have any path of retreat. We can only hope that you cultivators will abide by your promise. The fanged religious leader lowered his head and said. Bloodblade nodded. I also hope that you all will obediently stay in your territory and not have any schemes. If you all were to deceive us, we'll definitely not give you all another chance. You can be rest assured. The fanged religious leader chuckled. Chapter 781. On the primal pillar, the white-robed Dongbua Shui Ying sat at the edge of the pillar. He looked down at the vast starry sky and the many huge shackles. He chuckled before drinking from a flask of wine. Junior disciple brother Dongbua, why are you drinking alone? Come, let me have a taste. A voice reverberated in his ears. Dongbua Shui Ying turned over. He saw his senior disciple brother Monarch Green asking for wine from another primal pillar through the void. It's not a good wine, but I like it quite a bit. Here. Dongbua Shui Ying casually took another flask of wine and threw it over. Xiao! He directly penetrated through the void, traveling a great distance before appearing in front of Monarch Green. Oh! Monarch Green's eyes brightened. He was inwardly shocked at the formidable control his junior disciple brother had over the void. One had to know that he, Monarch Green, specialized in 3 Daos, and one of them was the Tao of Void. After receiving the flask, Monarch Green drank a mouthful. Not bad. The taste might be light, but it leaves a lingering aftertaste. This is a good wine. Dongbua Shui Ying chuckled. He then casually chatted with his senior disciple brother Monarch Green while drinking. The days of guarding the primal pillars were indeed lonely. Of the 12 primal pillars, Dongbua Shui Ying was guarding 2. As for Empress Qian, she had long left. She directly said, I can't help much here. Dongbua Shui Ying, I'll have to trouble you here. She then left with a smile. Hoo-hoo! The wind caused by the array stirred the surroundings. Dongbua Shui Ying's hair was blown upwards. He looked up, enjoying the tranquility. Suddenly, in this tranquility, a flying ship that was only 1,000 miles long appeared out of thin air. It appeared without a sound and looked very ordinary. It was much smaller than the wood mustache worship of the ancestor Mother religion. 500 kilometers long. It was pitifully small in the starry sky. Any planet was much bigger than it. But on the nearest primal pillar, Primal Master's expression changed. Primal, chaos flying ship! Bloodblade, not good. The chaos flying ship has suddenly appeared. Primal Master immediately sent a voice transmission. At the same time, he asked, Guqian Luo, what are you doing here? I'm just here to play. An evil voice rang out from the primal chaos flying ship. Immediately after, a purple arc of light shot out from the primal chaos flying ship. Almost instantly, it passed through the obstruction of space and bombarded the primal pillar. Boom! This primal pillar was originally incomparably tough and hard to be shaken. However, at this moment, under the impact of this unassuming purple arc of light, it was directly sent tumbling. The formless shockwave swept across Primal Master's body. Primal Master's expression suddenly changed, following which his body turned into powder and dissipated into nothingness. Just one strike. The primordial pillar's array formation was broken, and the clone of Primordial Master, who was in charge of guarding it, died in battle. Humph! The 12 elemental pillars that were refined using some coarse materials. Their might is really ordinary. Within the primal chaos flying ship, the gigantic statue, Guqian Luo, had a sneer on his face. The myriad catalog was extremely famous. That terrifying existence that created the myriad catalog knew that his cultivation system was extremely complex and hard to cultivate. Instead, he took the initiative to disseminate the myriad catalog. It was relatively easy to obtain it. Therefore, Great Emperor Jiao Yin from the Devil Mountain Cosmos easily gave the original copy to Dongbua Shuang. If it was sufficiently precious, he would not have given it to him. And Guqian Luo was naturally more familiar with the 12 primal pillars. With the help of the primal chaos flying ship, it was much easier for him to break the array formation. All right, I've already broken the 12 primal pillars. It's your turn now. Guqian Luo looked down at religious leader Sangdan. Currently, he was heavily injured. Therefore, he would not act if he could. He only acted once for the sake of those treasures from the ancestor, Mother Religion. If there was no need, he would not act again. Religious leader Sangdan's eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. This Guqian Luo was much stronger than what he expected. The side of the ancestor Mother Religion was filled with excitement and fanaticism. The side of the cultivators was both startled and furious. Guqian Luo, Bloodblade, was so furious that the corners of his eyes were about to crack. He looked at the distant, primal, chaos flying ship. Guqian Luo, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that he would interfere. Temporal Island Lord gritted his teeth. Damn. He actually interfered. Dongbua Shuang was similarly startled and furious. The strength displayed by Guqian Luo was indeed terrifying. By relying on the primal chaos flying ship, he was able to break the 12 primal pillar arrays. In terms of offensive power, he was much stronger than the ancestor Mother Religion. What made them furious was that Guqian Luo had previously said that mysterious North Imperial Empress who had chosen their side would help them. But now, he had fallen out with her, just like that. Who? With the arrays broken, the seal on the territory of the ancestor Mother Religion was naturally gone. That ancient wooden mustache war ship flew out from that huge spherical fort. As for the primal chaos flying ship, it tore through the void and arrived by the side of the wooden mustache warship. This is our first batch of gifts. Very good. Here are 6 arrays. I'll temporarily lend them to you. The ancestor Mother Religion and Guqian Luo rapidly traded. Guqian Luo did not allow the other religious leaders from the ancestor Mother Religion to enter. That religious leader Sangdan had sworn an oath with him and was his servant, but he could not be at ease with the other religious leaders. Who? The wooden mustache warship rapidly tore through the void and left. The primal chaos flying ship followed closely behind. Chase, Bloodblade, Dongbua Shueing, Monarch Green, and the rest relied on their senses of the void to chase after the ripples. It was especially so for Dongbua Shueing, who had an extremely acute control over the void. Currently, he could practically sense any space in the entire cosmos. There were only a few places that he could not sense. For instance, the core region of the Lake Heart Island historical remain. For instance, the starting ground was not something he could sense directly. With Guqian Luo helping us, let's hurry up and construct the Ancestor Mother altar. The religious leaders from the Ancestor Mother religion rapidly acted. After piercing through the void and arriving at one of the 6 locations in the cosmos, the wooden mustache warship stopped. The religious leaders immediately flew out. With a wave of their hands, a gray altar appeared. A thin old man began chanting in front of the altar, activating it, and the other 2 religious leaders took out one of the 6 arrays given to them by Gu Qianluo and began constructing it. The primal chaos flying ship also appeared above them, protecting them. You fools! It's just constructing an array. Hurry up! Gu Qianluo urged. So. Many figures appeared in the distant void. They were none other than Bloodblade, Monarch Green, Pang Yi, Purgatory Ruler, Dongbua Shueing, Primal Master, and others. Following the activation of that gray altar, an unseen energy began transmitting outwards. It had almost instantaneously spread across the entire cosmos. Many gray altar illusions began appearing in many locations across the cosmos. This unseen energy began affecting the entire cosmos. Hong, 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 the cosmos was trembling, and the world energy began surging and becoming chaotic. The Ancestor Mother altar is formed by 6 altars. Dongbua Shueing explained, this is the first altar. The moment the altar is formed, its power will spread across the entire cosmos. It will begin transforming the entire cosmos. The expressions of Bloodblade and the others turned ashen. They had also obtained the cultivation system of the Ancestor Mother religion sent over by Dongbua Shueing previously, and had gained some understanding of it. Move! Bloodblade ordered. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. Everything Gu Qianluo did indicated that he was completely standing on the side of the Ancestor Mother religion. Chapter 782. The black bird on the shoulder of the bloodshed God Emperor suddenly became bigger, covering the entire sky. It was 1,000,000 times bigger than a planet. The figure of the bloodshed God Emperor turned illusory and 2 bodies appeared. These 2 bloodshed God Emperors displayed the arrays at the same time. 2 huge arrays appeared on the wings of the black bird 5th Uncle Master. One wing was filled with flames, and the other was filled with frost. Hong, black bird 5th Uncle Master, flapped his wings, causing the energy of ice and fire to fuse together, releasing a horrifying destructive force that swept forward. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The combination of the 2 great avatars, the arrays and the black bird, left others speechless. By the side, Dongbua Shueing felt startled. This was the first time he saw his teacher, Bloodblade, unleashing his full strength. Even though he had a true body and avatar, he was fighting for himself. On the side of his teacher, Bloodblade, the 2 avatars were perfectly controlling the 2 arrays, allowing his power to explosively increase. Such a powerful ruler. Within the primal chaos flying ship, the enormous sculpture, Gu Qianluo, watched this scene from afar. His expression slightly changed. If not for the primal chaos flying ship, even if I rely on other treasures, I might not be his opponent at my peak. This cosmos actually gave birth to such a terrifying ruler. This combat power should be sufficient for him to withstand a few moves from a void god. Gu Qianluo could not help but feel jealous. With his eyesight, he could see that Blackbird was a slightly unique life form, and was similarly at the ruler realm. With just a follower, he could unleash such power. if faced with ancestor bone, this bloodblade was more qualified than him, Gu Qianluo, to become a sacred son. Naturally, it was because his position was in imminent danger that he decided to take the risk. Humph! Even though he was jealous, Gu Qianluo remained disdainful. In the end, he still hasn't walked out of this cosmos. Once I get the treasures from the ancestor mother religion, I'll conveniently eliminate him. Bloodblade was able to unleash an extremely powerful attack by himself, while Primal Master, Empress Qian He, Monarch Green, Peng Yi, and the others were controlling a huge formation at the same time. Primal Master was in charge, and every time the formation attacked, a pitch-black crack would appear. It had a frightening attack power. Other than that, the Purgatory Ruler, Dongbo Shuiying, the Abyss, Primogenitor, and the Temporal Island Lord fought their own battles. This was because there were too few suitable and powerful treasures for cultivators. Hong. Every time the black bird, fifth master uncle, flapped his wings, a terrifying destructive power would sweep out. Hua! Primal Master and the other four rulers controlled the array at the same time. They specialized in arrays too. Every strike they made would cause a crack to appear. They were trying to tear the ancestor mother religion apart. Even though Dongbo Shuiying, Purgatory Ruler, and the others were attacking, their offensive power was much weaker. Ultimately, they were still within the ruler realm and could not threaten the ancestor mother religion at all. The ancestor mother religion had a total of 3 layers of defense. The first layer was the wooden mustache warship located beneath the sacrificial pagoda. Large amounts of roots flew out and surrounded the sacrificial pagoda, protecting it. The second layer was the primal chaos flying ship located above the sacrificial pagoda. The third layer was the array that Gu Qianluo had previously given to the ancestor mother religion. Hong hong hong, hua hua hua. The attacks of the cultivators were violent and ferocious, yet they could barely break through the obstruction of the large amount of roots. The primal chaos flying ship was able to withstand the remnant power of the attacks. I've overestimated them, and even lent 6 arrays to the ancestor mother religion. Within the primal chaos flying ship, Gu Qianluo could not help but shake his head with a sneer. That's right, the first 2 layers of protection were able to defend against the attacks. The arrays did not suffer from any impact at all. Quick! Quickly activate it. The religious leaders were feeling anxious, and that thin old man was muttering to himself in front of the sacrificial pagoda. It was pointless to be anxious. The activation process had to be done step by step. As the thin old man gradually activated it, the energy of the sacrificial pagoda became more turbulent. It seemed to be able to sense a majestic existence far away. Ancestor Mother. A smile appeared on the skinny old man's face. He was like a baby in his mother's embrace. He could sense that boundless power. In front of this power, even though he was a sect master, he was like an ant in the starry sky. Hong, the sacrificial pagoda suddenly erupted with an even greater energy. It began resonating with the other grayish sacrificial pagoda illusions. This resonance gradually formed a law and stabilized, and the surging of the world energy in the entire cultivator cosmos became more intense. Several transcendents in the deity world, material realm, and dark abyss were startled to discover that they could no longer absorb the world energy because it was too violent. It's almost done. The other religious leaders in the wooden mustache warship revealed a joyous look as they saw this. What should we do? What if we can't break it? Monarch Green revealed a strand of anxiety. That sacrificial pagoda is protected by that warship and the primal chaos flying ship. There is even a strange array protecting it. We can't even break through the protection of the primal chaos flying ship. Primal Master's expression was ugly. Bloodblade was anxious too. What should they do? The ancestor mother religion had to construct 6 sacrificial pagodas before they could successfully construct the ancestor mother altar. Thus, every single sacrificial pagoda required protection. There was only 1 wooden mustache war ship and 1 primal chaos flying ship. This was also the reason why the ancestor mother religion did not construct any sacrificial pagodas previously, because they could not defend against it. But that strange array was something that Bloodblade was a great expert in the field of arrays. He could clearly see through. This array protecting the sacrificial pagoda is extremely mysterious and unique. Its defensive power is likely above that of the wooden mustache war ship and the primal chaos flying ship. The true defense of the primal chaos flying ship was naturally heaven-defying, but Gu Qianluo was heavily injured, and he could only stop the primal chaos flying ship above the sacrificial pagoda, controlling the space beneath to provide a simple protection. This simple protection could not be compared to that protective array. Such an array has never appeared before. Furthermore, it is so mysterious and unique. It is entirely different from the system of the ancestor mother religion. It should be Gu Qianluo who brought it out. Bloodblade was anxious. Since he has acted, he should be confident of protecting all 6 sacrificial pagodas. What should we do? What should we do? The cultivators were completely helpless. In terms of foundation, they were weaker than the ancestor mother religion, much less Gu Qianluo. Ancestor mother? Dongbua Shueing looked at the first sacrificial pagoda from afar. Its power had already engulfed the entire cosmos. Many gray, sacrificial pagoda illusions had appeared in many regions. With his perception of the void, he could naturally sense those gray, sacrificial pagodas. Ancestor Mother is truly tyrannical. Once one cultivated the walker's hidden secret to the 11th level, one would be able to enter the primal chaos, void, and roam around at the ruler realm. And the inheritance left behind by Void Walker Gucci had transmitted a large amount of information regarding the primal chaos void, including information regarding the sacred worlds. With the status of his teacher, Void Walker Gucci, the amount of information he received was massive. The vast primal chaos void and the 5 great sacred worlds. There were also many terrifying existences. Forefather Tianyu, Lake Heart Island Swordmaster, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, and others. These were all existences who had reached the final realm of cultivation. Just like the Void Walker cultivation system, Walker's hidden secret, as long as one reached the 51st level, he would be considered to have stepped into the final realm of cultivation. That was an unfathomable level. Naturally, there were strong and weak existences at that level. For instance, the creator of the Void Walker was the one who created the complete Walker's hidden secret. He was both terrifying and powerful. Amongst the final realm existences, Ancestor Mother was an extremely tyrannical existence. This cultivation system only worshipped the Ancestor Mother and rejected all other systems. Everything revolved around the Ancestor Mother. The Ancestor Mother altar could even borrow the energy bestowed by the Ancestor Mother to change a cosmos, allowing other cosmoses to become the Ancestor Mother's cosmos. According to logic, such existences would be rejected by the other final realm existences. Nevertheless, the Ancestor Mother's status was stable, and that was because he was too powerful. I still have to use the black gourd. Dongbua Shueing flipped his hand and took out the black gourd. Dongbua Shueing, are you really going to use it? The treasure spirit transmitted. Let me remind you once again, you are currently a ruler. Using the 2nd level of the black gourd's energy will harm the entire cosmos. If you go too crazy, you might even destroy the entire cosmos. I understand. I'll carefully control the range. Dongbua Shueing said. At the Paragon realm, the energy released by the black gourd was sufficient to force all rulers to retreat. And at the ruler realm, the energy released by the black gourd was no longer just ripples. Instead, it was more terrifying. It was sufficient to force even void gods at the origin birth realm to retreat. Ordinary void gods could not resist against it. One could see how terrifying and reckless this energy was. Only with such a powerful energy could it protect the void walkers at the ruler realm. Black gourd? Gu Qianluo and the religious leaders who were constantly paying attention to the cultivators within the primal chaos-flying ship felt slightly disdainful. They had seen the power of the black gourd before. That black ripple was violent and reckless, and it had barely reached the void god level. It could not even be compared to the attack of the blood blade, and they still wanted to participate? Pa Dongbo Shui Ing unplugged the cork of the black gourd. Chapter 783. Sensing that mysterious and unfathomable void array within the black gourd, Dongbo Shui Ing began controlling it. After reaching the ruler realm, his soul had become stronger, allowing him to control the fireball within the black gourd that was comparable to the sun star. But Dongbo Shui Ing was still very careful, because he was clear that if he were to use this energy to destroy the cosmos, it would bring the end of this cosmos epic. Just like the mortal worlds within the material realm, if they were to be destroyed, they would be reborn even faster. The duration of every cosmos epoch was not exactly the same. The number of life forms reproduced, the number of rulers and void gods born, the absorption of world energy, the direct destruction of the cosmos, all sorts of factors determined the length of a cosmos epoch. The second level of the black gourd had the power to force ordinary void gods to retreat. Naturally, it could harm the cosmos. If Dongbo Shui Ing became a void god and controlled the third level of the black gourd, he would only need a single move to end a cosmos epoch. Actually, the power of a void god was sufficient to harm the cosmos. Thus, the three great emperors from the Devil Mountain cosmos would only spar within the primogenitor Devil Mountain. They would not act in other regions. Be careful and control the area. Dongbo Shui Ing thought. Once we get rid of this altar, we will immediately stop. At this moment, the ancestor mother religion and Gu Qianluo were more concerned about Bloodblade and the others. They did not place Dongbo Shui Ing in their eyes at all. In their opinion, that black gourd was quite useful against 2 or 3 rulers. But this was a war between races. The ancestor mother religion had used all their resources, and even Gu Qianluo was helping them. In this level of battle, the black gourd was not worth mentioning, much less them. Even Bloodblade, Monarch Green, Primal Master, and the others were shaking their heads inwardly. The power of the black gourd might be of some help to us, but it can't change the situation. But Dongbo Shui Ing was extremely careful. His soul could feel an incomparable pressure. This power had far surpassed his level. Fortunately, the black gourd had recognized him as its master. Otherwise, this terrifying power would be sufficient to injure his soul. Be destroyed, ancestor mother religion. Dongbo Shui Ing's eyes were filled with a strand of sharpness. Dazzling. It was incomparably dazzling. This dazzling light caused both sides to unconsciously look over. Gu Qianluo, the religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion, and the rulers from the cultivator side were all looking at that black gourd in a daze. A beam of dazzling golden light flew out from the mouth of the black gourd. It flew out at high speed towards the first altar. The golden light that flew out at high speed seemed to be a kind of liquid. It was the most dazzling thing in the entire starry sky, even more dazzling than the sun. At the same time, the moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, causing the void to distort and shatter. If sovereigns dared to touch this golden light, they would be instantly turned into ashes. The large number of roots of the wooden mustache worship that were protecting the altar collapsed under the impact of the surging golden liquid. They became soft and didn't have the slightest bit of power left. The primal chaos-flying ship's control over the space below the altar was also broken in an instant. It couldn't even obstruct the slightest bit. Block it. The array protecting the altar was being controlled by the 2 religious leaders from the ancestor mother religion. They were all anxious since this defensive array was their final defense. Chi, the surging golden liquid light, surged over like a surging wave. Its speed was extremely fast, and its power was extraordinary. That defensive array emitted a dazzling light, and the vein patterns on the violet array started trembling. Countless vein patterns started shattering, and in just half a breath of time, the defensive array had been completely shattered. The golden light had engulfed the 3 religious leaders, the 2 who controlled the array and the 1 who activated the altar. The first altar had also been engulfed by the golden light. The 3 religious leaders instantly turned into ashes. The wooden mustache warship and the primal chaos-flying ship did not dare to get close. The surging and dazzling golden light engulfed the altar. It did not continue spreading outwards and was clearly restrained. Golden sun flames. This is the golden sun flames? Blood Blade, Primal Master, and the others were all shocked. They were all too familiar with it. The Sun Star was separated into 6 levels, and the 5th level, the Sun Abyss, contained this type of liquid flame, the golden sun flames. And deep within the Sun Abyss, there was the Sun Star core. That was the true core of the Sun Star. The power of the liquid golden sun flames within the Sun Abyss was too great. Rulers did not dare to get close to it because they would feel death approaching them. Many predecessors from the epics, like Lake Heart Island Sword Master and Ancestor Devil, had left behind records that rulers who dared to touch the golden sun flames would instantly turn into ashes. Even void gods could not last too long under the influence of the golden sun flames. Dongbua Shue Ing held onto the black gourd. The density of the golden flame at the mouth of the gourd was the highest. It was being compressed and distorted. After charging out, it engulfed the distant altar. Split. Dongbua Shue Ing sent out a thought. These dazzling golden flames formed a path. Dongbua Shue Ing strolled through the void. Everywhere he passed, the golden flames would split apart. They obediently revolved around Dongbua Shuang. Following along the path formed by the golden flames, Dongbua Shuang walked towards the direction of the first altar. He extended his right hand, causing his palm to expand before grabbing onto the altar and pulling it out. Being a void walker, Shuang directly tore apart the connection between the altar and the other grayish altar-illusory figures within the cosmos before keeping it into his storage treasure. Regarding this, the ancestor mother religion and Gu Qianluo could only watch. They could not stop Dongbua Shuang at all. We're finished. The religious leaders within the wooden mustache war ship were all stunned. We're finished. The first altar has been snatched away. How can we refine a new one within a short period? Furthermore, there are 6 altars. How can we let the defenses of 6 altars withstand this terrifying golden flame? These religious leaders were completely stunned. The power of the black gourd had them in despair. The cultivators were incomparably shocked. A ruler could actually control the power of the golden sun flames, and on such a large scale, who could resist against it? This made Monarch Green, Primal Master, and the others happy and envious. At this moment, they understood that the black gourd was not as simple as they thought it to be. Instead, it was an unfathomable treasure. At the very least, it was much stronger than the treasures possessed by any ruler. No wonder he rose so quickly. His luck is too good. Temporal Island, Lord thought. Even though they were from the same race, he could not help but feel envious. A brat who could not even join the temporal temple in the past had now made him, the Temporal Island Lord, jealous. But if not for Dongbua Shuang's rapid and dazzling progress in the path of cultivation, he would not have passed the trials of the Void Walkers. Like Temporal Island Lord, he would not have passed the trials of the Void Walkers due to his poor comprehension ability and temperament. And within the primal chaos flying ship, the enormous sculpture Gu Qianluo was feeling entirely different. He had a terrified expression on his face. A ruler who has yet to leave the cosmos actually has such a treasure? When he was a paragon, this black gourd could release a ripple attack that could resist against rulers. But now it could release this terrifying flame that could resist against ordinary void gods. Different levels correspond to different powers. Furthermore, there doesn't seem to be any backlash. Such a treasure is definitely a Tao protector treasure that a formidable existence intentionally refined for the sake of a junior. Gu Qianluo's horizons were broad. He was after all the seventh sacred son, and only the first 3 sacred sons under the ancestor bone throne had obtained a protective treasure. He was not qualified to get it. I must get it. This protective treasure is much more valuable than the treasures of the ancestor mother religion. It should be even more valuable than this primal chaos flying ship of mine. Even though this protective treasure would only have an inheritor, and others could not use it. But as long as I bring it back and ask my teacher, he would still be willing to refine it. Gu Qianluo felt his heart stirring. If his teacher had to painstakingly refine a protective treasure from scratch, he would definitely not be willing. However, it was a piece of cake for him to refine a complete protective treasure so that his disciple could use it. Snatch! I must snatch it! At this moment, Gu Qianluo was clear that the first altar of the ancestor mother religion was gone. Furthermore, it was impossible for all 6 altars to defend against that black gourd. Hence, he threw the ancestor mother religion to the back of his mind. He only had a single thought, and that was to think of ways to snatch the black gourd. The moment he snatched it, he would be able to spend some effort to help the ancestor mother religion. I must snatch it. Once I get it, I can return. Gu Qianluo had never thought that he would be so lucky to encounter a protective treasure in this cosmos. If it was purely releasing the golden flames, he would not have noticed it. After all, even though the golden flames were powerful, they were not as precious as the primal chaos flying ship. But previously, Dongbua Xueying had used it once when he was at the Paragon Realm. Different realms had different powers, and even his offensive techniques were different. This treasure would most likely allow him to unleash greater power when he became a void god. By then, there would be a qualitative change in its power. Dongbua Xueying forcefully snatched the first altar. The other gray altar illusions dissipated, and the world energy in the cultivator cosmos gradually regained its calmness and gentleness. Pa! With a thought, Dongbua Xueying severed the golden sun flame. At the same time, he stuffed it back. After all, the golden sun flame was too powerful and would harm the cosmos. Master, be careful. Be careful of Gu Qianluo. The treasure spirit immediately transmitted. 1. An unseen ripple suddenly descended from the primal chaos flying ship. It was extremely fast and sinister. It was Gu Qianluo who was filled with killing intent. Gu Qianluo's eyes were filled with madness. He had to snatch the protective treasure. Chapter 784. Dongbua Xueying was still worried that the golden flames from the black gourd would harm the cosmos. Just as he plugged the cork, the treasure spirit immediately transmitted a warning. But it was too late. Gu Qianluo's sneak attack this time was to catch the other party off guard and to be extremely fast. Not good. Dongbua Xueying did not have the time to control the black gourd. With a thought, he immediately hid into the mirage world, disappearing from the place. The current Dongbua Xueying had reached large success in his Tao of Mirage, stepping into the ruler realm. The Tao of Mirage might be weak in terms of offense, but it had formed a world of its own and was extremely formidable in survival. Some rulers with weaker techniques might not even be able to find the true body of Dongbua Xueying. 1. Gu Qianluo's attack through the primal chaos flying ship had caused an unseen ripple to sweep across the location where Dongbua Xueying was previously. At that moment, time-space distorted, and the figure of Dongbua Xueying could be vaguely seen in another world. This ripple had also forcefully permeated into the complete mirage world, though its power had drastically decreased. Only 10% to 20% of its original strength was left. Pooh! This attack directly invaded the body of Dongbua Xueying. Nevertheless, his body was like the void, easily dissipating more than half of this attack. The remaining power merely caused the blood in his body to boil. His face turned red, yet he did not spurt out any blood. What? It actually failed to injure him. Gu Qianluo felt disbelief within the primal chaos flying ship. For the sake of catching the other party off guard and speed, even though this attack was slightly weaker, it had still reached the threshold of the Void God realm. It was not any weaker than the attack executed by the two great avatars of Bloodblade and Blackbird, fifth Uncle Master. Such power could not even make Dongbua Shueing spurt out blood? Such a life-saving ability was indeed very exaggerated. But he did not know. The body of a Void Walker was like the Void and could not be affected by any force. In addition, his body was already tyrannical. Even though he had just reached the 11th level of Walker's hidden secret, his body was already stronger than most religious leaders. Just by relying on his body, he could fight against apex rulers. Thus, it was hard to injure a Void Walker. At the same time, Dongbua Shueying's Tao of Mirage was an extremely life-saving Tao in the laws of profound mystery system. It formed a Mirage world of its own. Wanting to kill a Void Walker who was hiding in the Mirage world was indeed too difficult. Gu Qianluo, Dongbua Shueying, who was being attacked, looked at his opponent and immediately pulled out the stopper of the black gourd. Boom! Surging golden flames gushed out of the gourd and descended into the real world, charging directly at the chaos flying ship. Boom, boom, boom! The golden flames engulfed the primal chaos flying ship. However, the primal chaos flying ship remained unscathed. At this moment, Gu Qianluo was thinking about how to deal with Dongbua Shueying. As for the golden flames, he was not afraid at all. What a joke! By relying on the primal chaos flying ship and other external items, he could fight against void gods at his peak. Even if he met with danger in the primal chaos void, he could rely on the primal chaos flying ship to resist against it. Even if the Cosmos Epic was destroyed, it could not damage the primal chaos flying ship at all, much less the primal chaos flying ship. Even that wooden mustache warship of the ancestor mother religion could not be damaged by the golden flames of the black gourd. Naturally, Gu Qianluo could only hide within the flying ship. The protectors of the ancestor mother religion could only hide within the warship and did not dare to come out. Damn. Dongbua Shueying released the golden flames. Seeing that the primal chaos flying ship was unscathed, he could not help but grit his teeth and stop using the black gourd. He plugged back the stopper. These golden flames of yours are too berserk and destructive, to the point of harming your cosmos. I thought that you would continue to use them until the end of this Cosmos Epic. Gu Qianluo's voice reverberated across the void, bringing with it a chilling intent. Master, don't worry. You can only use the black gourd for a short period of time. Furthermore, the area affected by the golden flames is relatively small. The damage it will cause to the cosmos is relatively low. The treasure, spirit transmitted. Amen. Dongbua Shueying grabbed the black gourd. He appeared from nothingness and stared coldly at the distant, primal, chaos flying ship. And Bloodblade, Monarch Green, Primal Master, Abyss Primogenitor, and the other rulers were furious. Bloodblade directly roared out, Gu Qianluo, you chose mysterious North Imperial Empress in the past and promised to help us. But now, not only are you helping the ancestor mother religion, but we have already snatched their first altar, and you still dare to ambush Snow Eagle? Ha! I did choose that brat mysterious North Imperial Empress and swore an oath with her. But I did not violate the oath, right? She has always been in my primal chaos flying ship, and I have never harmed her. A voice transmitted from the primal chaos flying ship. As for my promise to help you? Ha ha ha, you still believe in promises? What a joke. Bloodblade and the others were furious. Gu Qianluo did not care about their promises at all with his strength and identity. He did not care about his reputation at all. Within the primal chaos flying ship, the enormous sculpture, Gu Qianluo was ridiculing them. At the same time, he was carefully observing Dongbua Shueying. thinking of how to deal with him. He had never given up. That black gourd was a protective treasure. He did not care about the price he had to pay. Amen. Let's follow this plan and risk it all. Gu Qianluo soon had a plan in his heart. Even though Dongbua Shuiying's figure had appeared, he was still within the mirage world. He was on high alert. Dong! A strange sound resounded from within his soul. However, Dongbua Shuiying's soul had fused with the complete walker's hidden secret, allowing him to easily resist against it. But this caused Dongbua Shuiying's expression to change. He immediately pulled out the stopper of the black gourd, causing the golden flames to fly out once again. But this time, not a lot of them flew out. Instead, they revolved around the surface of Dongbua Shuiying's body, forming a golden sphere with Dongbua Shuiying standing at the center of this golden sphere. The damage dealt to the cosmos was determined by the amount of golden flames, as well as the area of effect. The greater the amount, the greater the area of effect, and the greater the damage. Just by forming a golden sphere around his body, a radius of 2 to 3 meters, the damage dealt was pitifully low. Huff! 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 Dongbua Shuiying's cautiousness was not wrong. Other than the sole attack at the start, a strange wind followed closely behind. The wind appeared from nothingness. After passing through the mirage world, its might was greatly reduced. Then it forcefully attacked the golden flames, causing it to be completely exhausted before it could penetrate through. This Gu Qianluo, the temporal island lord, primal master, abyss primogenitor, monarch green, Empress Qian, he and the rest were greatly alarmed. They looked at the void around the primal chaos flying ship that was starting to appear one after another. Layers of strange attacks descended. There were 3 types of attacks that targeted the soul: sound, curse, etc. There were also some that targeted the physical body, and some that targeted the world. The array patterns appeared one after another before vanishing. Gu Qianluo gritted his teeth. The gigantic statue was just his appearance. His real body was hidden within the primal chaos flying ship. He was currently sitting cross-legged and was crazily controlling the primal chaos flying ship to attack. His injuries were already rather severe. Therefore, the sudden burst of such a powerful attack was also very damaging to him. As long as I can obtain this black gourd, everything will be worth it. After obtaining it, I will immediately leave this cosmos. I will let Sangdan help me control the flying ship, and I will continue sleeping. Gu Qianluo had already made up his mind to continue sleeping. However, what was a protective treasure? What was a protective treasure? Attacking was secondary. The most important thing was protection. The berserk golden flames became extremely obedient under the control of the nothingness array. They formed into a perfect sphere that protected Dongbua Shuiying. The layers of flames combined beautifully. Everything was under the control of the nothingness array. The might of Gu Qianluo's desperate attacks was indeed terrifying. Some of them could only be slightly weakened by the mirage world. However, the golden flame sphere was able to completely resist them. As for other attacks that could penetrate like soul attacks, they were completely useless against Dongbua Shuiying. As for other attacks that could penetrate the golden flame sphere, they were basically unable to injure Dongbua Shuiying. I can't kill him? No, no, no. Gu Qianluo was about to go crazy. Under the ancestor bone throne, the sacred sons competed with each other. The weak were prey to the strong. Originally, he was at the bottom, which was why he disregarded everything and chose to roam the primal chaos void. Although he had experienced many dangers, this black gourd was the best treasure he could hope to obtain. Although he was worried that he couldn't kill Dongbua Shuiying, he still wanted to give it a try. However, the result of his attempt made him even crazier. He wasn't willing to accept it. Amen? Bloodblade looked at the primal chaos flying ship from afar. He looked at the gigantic array diagram that appeared in the void around the flying ship. He was already extremely proficient in arrays. He was able to create the Void Twin Extreme Array. He was even able to create the 12 primal pillars with the strength of a ruler. Currently, he was seeing many mysterious arrays being activated in front of him. This was not something recorded in the Myriad catalog, but a true array being activated and operating. Bloodshed God Emperor could not help but be infatuated by it. His realm was close to that of these arrays, and he could see through many of them. Gradually, his expression turned blank. His mind was blown. That indistinct and blurry new world had finally unfolded in front of him. Chapter 785. At this moment, Dongbua Shueing was in the Mirage world. He was using the black gourd to release golden flames to surround his body. No matter how Gu Qianluo attacked, he could not be injured. Master, you can be rest assured. Gu Qianluo's injuries are severe. He has only recovered after sleeping for a few cosmos epochs. Previously, he had only helped the ancestor mother religion once. Now that he is continuously attacking you, it is highly possible that he has his eyes on the protective treasure, the black gourd. After all, Master has used it once and twice when you were at the Paragon Realm. Your offensive techniques are completely different, and their power has exceeded a major realm. This Gu Qianluo is a sacred son under Ancestor Bone, and his horizons are broad. He should have guessed that the black gourd is a protective treasure. That is why he is acting so crazily. The treasure spirit transmitted. But attacking so crazily will place a huge burden on his body. His injuries will worsen, and he won't be able to hold on for long. MN Dongbua Shueing understood. After reaching the 11th level of Walker's hidden secret, a large amount of information was transmitted into his mind. Various superpowers across the 5 great sacred worlds had cultivated to the final realm. Amongst them was Ancestor Bone. Ancestor Bone was an existence comparable to Forefather Tianyu and Lake Heart Island Swordmaster. He had reached the final realm of cultivation. No. This black gourd is mine. I must obtain it. I must obtain it. Gu Qianluo felt a tearing pain in his soul. His expression turned pale. His blood-colored eyes stared at Dongbua Shueing. Why is a brat who has yet to leave the cosmos able to obtain a protective treasure, but I don't? Just as he was going crazy, he suddenly turned towards another direction. That was the direction where the blood blade was located. Gu Qianluo's attention was focused on Dongbua Shueing. He did not care about the other rulers. However, the primal chaos flying ship had enveloped the surrounding void and could still sense the unique movement from the blood blade. That is, Gu Qianluo's expression changed. Another blood blade appeared in the void. This was the body that was originally on the island. This scene caused Dongbua Shueing, Monarch Green, Primal Master, Abyss, Primogenitor, and the others to be shocked. Because from the start of the war until now, not a single ruler had entered the battlefield with all their bodies. This rule was set by Bloodblade. But now, all 3 of Bloodblade's bodies were here. Buzz. The 3 blood blades smiled at each other. At the same time, their bodies merged together to form a single blood blade in dark red robes. The blood blade was the only one in the entire universe. Boom! A terrifying ripple was emitted from the blood blade's body, causing the surrounding void to turn dark. Dark clouds were rolling within, and countless array, veined patterns were revolving. Many enormous arrays covered the surrounding starry sky, and that vast and heart-palpitating power caused everyone present to turn sluggish. As far as one's eyes could see, the surrounding void had turned dark. This region had most likely exceeded 50 billion kilometers. Dongbua Shueing had a formidable control over the void, and he knew that the endless gloom domain released by his teacher had covered a terrifying region approximately the size of a starfield. Void God. Dongbua Shueing completely understood. Void God. Primal Master. Abyss Primogenitor. Pang Yi, Monarch Green, Purgatory Ruler, and the others also understood. Seeing this power that far surpassed that of a ruler, everyone understood. Bloodblade has finally taken this step. I knew that this day would come, though who would have thought that he would break through at this moment? Primal Master revealed a grin. Void God, our cosmos epic has finally given birth to a void god. Abyss Primogeniticide. Temporal Island Lord was watching silently. He was originally an extremely arrogant person and was not willing to admit defeat in front of the bloodshed God Emperor. But at this moment, he understood that the gap between them was too big. The bloodshed God Emperor had already stepped into another level. Deity, world deity, true God, void God. From true God to void God, this was a huge leap in realm, and the difficulty was high. We still have a long time in this epic. Pang, he revealed a grin after seeing this. Bloodblade has already become a void god. By the end of this epic, Bloodblade should be able to reach the height of Ancestor Devil. He dared not hope for reaching the height of Lake Heart Island Master, but it was still possible for him to reach the height of Ancestor Devil. Even though the cultivators and rulers present were shocked and had some other emotions, they were happy too, because this epic had given birth to a void god. Even if this epic was destroyed, the void god could still bring them to roam the primal chaos void and continue living, or even to a wider world. What void god? He broke through to the void god realm? Gu Qianluo was greatly startled. At his peak, he could fight against void gods with the help of the primal chaos flying ship. But now he had to deal with Dongbua Shuang, causing him to be heavily injured. It was impossible for him to fight for a long time. Gu Qianluo. Bloodblade's voice reverberated across the endless void. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the distant primal chaos flying ship. Hong Long Long. Two enormous arrays appeared above and below the primal chaos flying ship. One array was made of dark flames, and the other was made of white frost. The two great arrays were revolving, and completely opposite forces were acting on the primal chaos flying ship. It was as if the primal chaos flying ship was being locked down. Bloodshed God Emperor knew that it was hard to break through the arrays, so he decided to imprison the other party first. He has just become a void god, yet he is so strong. Gu Qianluo could feel the might the primal chaos flying ship was facing. His expression could not help but change. He did not know. Bloodblade cultivated two great systems. One was the laws and profound mystery system, and the other was the hex system. He specialized in arrays and refining weapons. The laws and profound mysteries system focused on the essence and grasped the laws. The hex system was the opposite. It focused on researching the myriad existences. Dongbua Shuang also felt that the hex system was not any weaker than the laws and profound mystery system. It was also extremely complex and powerful. This time, Bloodblade had broken through the hex system. In terms of combat power, he was much stronger than some of the simpler systems like the Ancestor Mother Religion. If he were to break through in the laws and profound mysteries system in the future, he would be even more terrifying when he fused the two systems together. Hurry up and leave. I can't fight for long. Gu Qianluo did not dare to stay any longer. Hua! The primal chaos flying ship suddenly turned translucent. With a sough, it flew towards the distance. Furthermore, the distant void began tearing apart. Layers of membrane walls were torn apart, as if a curtain had been pulled apart, revealing the vast and icy primal chaos void outside. The chaotic void seemed to be empty, but it contained an extremely powerful destructive power. He wants to leave. Bloodblade and the others understood what was happening. This primal chaos flying ship is too formidable. I can't stop it, even though I have just broken through. Bloodblade understood this point too. And within the Ancestor Mother Religion's wooden mustache warship, the group of religious leaders were looking at this scene in complete despair. Previously, When Dongbua Shue Ing used the black gourd to snatch away the first altar, they were already in a daze. When Blood Blade became a void god, it made them feel even more despair. If it was just the altar being snatched away, they could still refine it again. But the birth of a void god determined that they were doomed. Nevertheless, they still held onto a strand of hope that Gu Qianluo would save them. But at this moment, Gu Qianluo was ignoring them. "Master, please bring my clansmen away. I'll give you all their treasures." Religious leader Sang Dan looked at the enormous sculpture in front of him and begged Gu Qianluo, "My injuries are serious. I can't stay any longer." Gu Qianluo coldly said. At this moment his injuries were serious. His soul was being torn apart. He could not help but fall into a deep sleep. He could only grit his teeth and endure. He did not have the mood to waste it on the ancestor, Mother Religion. Those treasures of the ancestor, Mother Religion? According to what he knew, they were still hidden in that castle. He did not have any time to waste. Furthermore, he was afraid that Blood Blade might have some methods to deal against his soul. The primal chaos flying ship could not defend against soul attacks. In the past, his soul defenses were relatively strong. But now, his soul had become his greatest weakness. His injuries were too serious, and he was about to fall into a deep sleep. The moment he suffered another injury, he would most likely be finished. For the sake of his life, why would he care about the ancestor Mother Religion? I won't be able to obtain anything. My injuries will only worsen. Cultivator Cosmos, all of you can forget about having an easy time. Just as the primal chaos flying ship was about to fly out of the passage, suddenly, shio 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 shio, a total of 9 streams of light flew out of the primal chaos flying ship in different directions. Every stream of light brought with it an incomparably terrifying power. Have a good taste of these 9 little toys of mine. If you are slightly careless, your epic will be gone. Gu Qianluo's eyes were filled with madness. He had suffered a huge loss and would not let the cultivators have an easy time. Dongbua Shue Ing and Blood Blade watched as the primal chaos flying ship escaped. They could not stop it at all. Suddenly, 9 streams of light flew out from the primal chaos flying ship in different directions. This is... With Dongbua Shueying's perception towards the void, he could easily sense every single stream of light. These 9 streams of light were in fact 9 black spheres. Each of them contained an extremely terrifying power within them. They weren't as pure as the golden sun flames, but they were more berserk and chaotic. At this moment, these powers weren't stable, and it seemed as though they could explode at any moment. This power is even more berserk than the golden sun flames. The moment it explodes, the damage it would cause to the cosmos is simply unimaginable. Dongbua Shueying's expression changed. Blood Blade's perception was even more acute. At his level, his perception towards the origin of the entire cosmos was extremely acute. He could faintly judge that if these 9 spheres were to explode, it would be enough to destroy this cosmos epic. This caused Blood Blade to feel fear and anger. He was angry at Gu Qianluo's brutality. Snow Eagle, use the black gourd to release the golden sun flames to envelop them. Do your best to weaken their power. Otherwise, our epic will be finished. Blood Blade also did not have any confidence. At this moment, he could only go all out. He started to activate the array to weaken them. As for Pang Yi, Monarch Green, Abyss, Primogenitor, Primal Master, Empress Qianhe and the rest, they looked at the 9 streams of light. Their perception was getting blurry. They only had one feeling. It was fear. Fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Fear of despair. Otherwise, this epic will be finished. When Dongbua Shueying heard his master's transmission, his heart trembled. His wife was only a stage 4 world deity, and his children were even weaker. No. Dongbua Shueying could no longer care about his hatred and killing intent towards Gu Qianluo. He frantically pulled out the cork of the black gourd. Chapter 786. Bloodblade was incomparably anxious. He was absolutely not willing for his hometown to be destroyed just like that. As for Shuang, he had gone mad. Because the Cosmos Epic was ending, his parents, wife, children, and disciples would all die along with the Cosmos Epic. He would rather die than for his loved ones to die. If he was the only one left in this world, what was the point of cultivating to a formidable level? No. Dongbu Shuang was so furious that his eyes were about to pop out. Primal Master, Pang Yi, Monarch Green, and the others could not stop this at all. They could only watch as everything unfolded. Ha ha ha! Even if we die in battle, we'll make this Cosmos Epic perish together with us. The religious leaders within the wooden mustache warship were originally in despair. When they saw the 9 streams of light, they could sense the terrifying destructive power contained within them, causing them to turn slightly mad. Come, let's have a great apocalypse, and let everything perish in the great apocalypse. In the tranquil starting ground, there were red flowers and green willows. The grasses were gently swaying along with the wind. A skinny black wild dog was currently lying within the grasses, allowing the wind to blow on its fur. Its tail was even swinging back and forth. Truly useless. You've lost the face of your master. The black wild dog snorted before disappearing. Dongbu Shuang was currently releasing the golden light of the black gourd amidst his anxiety and madness. Bloodblade was also doing his best to control the array. The others were watching, with Gu Qianluo, who was currently flying into the cosmos membrane tear, looking back with a sneer. Right at this moment, an incomparably huge black dog head appeared in the void. It was so big that Dongbu Shuang and the others could only vaguely see it with their realms. This huge black dog head seemed to be in another world. It was clearly overlapping with the rulers like Pang Yi and Monarch Green, as well as the wooden mustache warship of the ancestor mother religion. Yet it did not clash. The huge black dog head opened its bloody mouth. Within its mouth was a primal chaos maelstrom. Its mouth was so big that one could not see its edge. It had already enveloped the 9 streams of light flying in different directions. Following that, this huge dog had abruptly sucked, causing the primal chaos flying ship that had already flown out of the cosmos membrane tear to fly back into the mouth of that huge dog head filled with primal chaos maelstrom. Since you dared to disobey me, you have to pay the price. Gu Qianluo was originally sneering with killing intent, but closely following that he was stunned. An enormous black wild dog appeared. It was too big. Fortunately, the primal chaos flying ship could sense an extremely wide region. Thus, by relying on the primal chaos flying ship, Gu Qianluo was able to discern that this was an extremely skinny black wild dog. Its body was incomparably huge, and just a single tail could penetrate through several dozen starfields. The length of its body was almost equivalent to 1/3 of the territory of the Bloodshed God Palace. When it opened its mouth, it could envelop several starfields. There was even a primal chaos maelstrom within its mouth that engulfed the 9 streams of light. Quick, 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 quick! Gu Qianluo turned mad. His soul was trembling. He knew that this was the most dangerous time he had ever been in his entire life. He did not care about the soul-tearing pain as he controlled the primal chaos flying ship, trying his best to escape. The speed of the primal chaos flying ship had also increased to its limit. The primal chaos flying ship had already charged out of the cosmos membrane tear, arriving in the primal chaos void outside. But within the cosmos, that enormous black wild dog's cold eyes were looking at this tiny black flying ship. Its enormous mouth merely sucked in a breath. A terrifying swallowing force immediately acted on the primal chaos flying ship. This force was too huge, causing the primal chaos flying ship to fly back with a sough, flying directly into the primal chaos maelstrom within the mouth of the wild dog. No. Seeing the primal chaos flying ship flying in, Gu Qianluo's eyes were filled with despair. How could this be? How could this be? After being swallowed by the wild black dog, following that, a terrifying ripple engulfed the primal chaos-flying ship, directly permeating into it. Gu Qianluo's concealed body was also affected by this ripple. He felt his soul trembling before losing his consciousness and fainting. Even religious leader Sang Dan and mysterious North Imperial Empress within the primal, chaos-flying ship fainted. Donghua Shui-ing, Bloodblade, Monarch Green, Temporal Island Lord, and others were all looking at this scene in a daze. The religious leaders within the ancestor mother religion's wooden mustache war ship were also watching in a daze. Who? The originally boundless, wild, black dog instantly shrunk to a size of only a few 100 miles. The wild black dog was very skinny, so skinny that one could even see that it was just skin and bones. It stood in the void, one of its tails swinging as it spoke in the human language. Roar, this is too embarrassing, a disgrace to my master. He was clearly about to win, yet he was tricked by Gu Qianluo. Senior. Bloodblade took the initiative to speak. At this moment he was still puzzled. Where did this terrifying, wild, black dog come from? According to the intelligence he received, once one stepped into the void god realm, one could not enter other cosmos because the cosmos protected all beings within it. Existences that were too strong were forbidden from entering. Naturally, if one was too strong, like Void Walker Guqi, he was so strong that he was comparable to Forefather Tianyu. He could easily destroy a cosmos, and the cosmos could not stop him. Hence, he could easily enter. Causing the destruction of a cosmos epoch and destroying a cosmos were two completely different levels. Within a cosmos, many epochs would cycle continuously. The moment the internal environment was destroyed and was no longer suitable for cultivation, the cosmos would naturally destroy the epoch before giving birth to a new environment suitable for cultivation. The cycle of epochs was also a part of the operation of a cosmos. The cosmos itself was very stable and powerful, but the strength of this wild black dog had completely surpassed a new void god like him. Furthermore, it was within a cosmos. Many thanks, Senior. Donghua Shui-ing and Temporal Island Lord expressed their gratitude one after another. The two of them were acquainted with the wild black dog. I've met Senior before, but who would have thought that Senior is so formidable? Temporal Island Lord said. Amen, the wild black dog acknowledged with slight arrogance. He then turned to Donghua Shui-ing and Bloodblade before praising. Bloodblade, not bad. It is still early in this cosmos epoch, yet you have become a void god. You are currently at the void god origin birth realm, and by the end of this epoch you should have hopes of reaching the unity realm. Haha! The only one who has reached the void unity realm in this cosmos is Ancestor Devil. Sword Master is on a higher level. Many thanks for your praise, Senior. Bloodblade felt even more bewildered. It seemed that this wild black dog was familiar with every expert in his cosmos epoch. He was familiar with Lake Heart Island Master and Ancestor Devil. Donghua. The wild black dog looked at Donghua Shui-ing before glancing at the black gourd in his hand. Who would have thought that as a disciple of my great void heaven temple, you have cultivated for such a short period, yet you have another powerful inheritance? Void Walker Gu Qi's techniques were too profound. The wild black dog did not discover it. As for the black gourd, it did not think that the black gourd was formidable in the past. Only this time, it could see that it was a protective treasure. For the other party to refine such a protective treasure and allow Donghua Shui-ing to use it when he was at the opening realm, it was absolutely an amazing existence. Even if he could not defeat Forefather Tianyu, he should be close to it. It's just luck. Donghua Shui-ing said. He felt both delighted and shocked in his heart. Previously, he knew that the wild black dog had once bitten off a piece of meat from Lake Heart Island Sword Master. He only felt that it was powerful, but he did not know how powerful it was. This time he was truly frightened. However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, Lake Heart Island Swordmaster was only a step away from Forefather Tianyu. For the wild black dog to be able to injure him, its strength should be close to that of Swordmaster. It might even be stronger than Ancestor Devil. That's right, there's still this fool. The wild black dog spat out 3 beams of light. One of the beams of light was caught by its claw. It was the unconscious Gu Qianluo. The other 2 beams of light were the unconscious Mysterious North Imperial Empress and Sect Master Sangdan. Wake up! The wild black dog grabbed onto Gu Qianluo's paw and shook it. Gu Qianluo's body trembled as he started to wake up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a huge wild black dog standing in the void in front of him. He was so scared that his face turned deathly pale.